click done. God damn it. Bye, my never lucky man. Bah. Fucking God, the fact that this keeps fucking happening over and over and over and over and over and over again every single fucking goddamn time. Whenever I open this damn program, OBS makes my stupid dumbass USB ports fucking go on and off. Don't know why it does it. It's annoying and I fucking hate it. I hate it. Fucking hate it. Really do. It's very, very fucking annoying. Boop, boop, boop. De-doop. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. I am 1000% cooked. I think I'm gonna do the, I'm feeling confident enough now to say I think I am going to do an Attack on Grifters episode on NuxTaku next. I think it's time to make fun of that pedophile of the mind, body, and soul. Ay, ay, ay. Now we just sit and we wait for the game to load. Alright. I gotta finish up this place. We have concrete now as well. So it's time to make the frames. Then electric engines and all the other stuff. Do kind of need to leave. Because of the fact that we are having some problems. Okay, do we want to make the electric engines now, or do we make the froth? Kryptonite chunk assisted frothing. But no, we should probably make the things first. Okay, let's make the electric engines first. Then it's going to be froth, frames, rocket silos, and a couple of other things for over here. Alright, new home for all my little guys. Alright, for the creation of these electrical engines, we're going to need to get a little creative with how we're going to orient everything. Because these things have 5 inputs. It's probably not going to be that way. It's probably going to be this way. We don't need a crazy amount of this stuff, I think. But yeah, we're going to have to get a little creative. Honestly, do I even need 6? Probably just 4 is enough. Chunk back do we need? It's not as many as I thought it would be. So just 1 and 1 scrap bacteria. Put that belt there. Then there's all the other stuff. Engines, processing units. Five, 3, 2. Put the engines and that stuff together. And keep the bullets separate. Shut up! Shut up! Silly woman. Yeah, well, you're fucking tied slop. Fuck you. El schmutius, mutius, mutius, putius, futius, tutius, mutius, putius, putius, putis, 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 put. Fuck you. Master. Fuck you. Has anyone ever called you the Team Papagia that you've always been? El Putius? El Papagos? The event is cringe or something, I don't know. Literally to Minnesota versus Ice. Too far, poo-poo. Alright, you've gone too far, poo-poo. You're being kind of... Whoa, it's kind of anti-Semitic. What the fuck? Whoa, you're being an anti-Semite. Yes. Whoa, you're being anti-Semitic. The fuck? Kick it, Chad. Yes, I am. Putis, you know what we have to do with you now? I have to kill you. In Darktide. You know this, El Mutius, Putius, Futius. How do you plead? You need to. We have to do something about you now, Elf Mutius. I have to kill you in Darktide. How do you plead? Don't call me a silly leaf lover. I'll kill you. I will call you El Retardus. Because that's what you are. El Retardus. Don't be like a Hassan fan, okay? You're Puto, you're kind of Hassan maxing right now. Why are you trying to Hassan max? It's kind of cringe. Why are you trying to Hassan max? Hassan. Hassan got banned? For what? Unless you're being El Retardus. But then again, that's like a puti special. Being El Retardus. But it's okay, he is El Futis Mutis. Puto, why are you so papega? Probably said kill Zionist or something. Oh, so he didn't get banned. Wait, was Hassan banned? Am I being gaslit by El Futis Mutis? Oh, he was banned. Yeah, he's not gonna be. It's not gonna be permanent. Oh yeah, it's because he got banned on Twitch for going off on Israel dick riders and calling them ultra Zionist pigs. Okay. Now, yeah, I mean, it's not going to be banned permanently, but whatever. Okay, so banned. Personally, we need to ban the Fordnet for being a Forsen sub. We should just call him El Retardus and kill him. Because that's what exactly El Futis Mutis is. El Retardus. Your Forsen sub expires in 12 hours. Automatic refresh. Puto, I know that you're like, you love Cypriots, you love Forsen, you're a big fan of Cyprus, and tax evasion, Putis. I know who you are. You like tax evasion in Cyprus, okay? Stop trying to lie to me, El Futis Mutis. You're literally, you're worse than Team Papaja, dude. Literally Team Papaja. You do it manually. What, you're breathing? Ford, you're thinking about breathing. Ford, you're currently breathing manually. Stop. Ford, stop breathing manually, bro. Ford, you're breathing manually. No, you. Fuck you. Kills you. Fuck you, Utis Mutis. You know what? Fuck you, T. Papega. Now. That's what I have to say to you, El Futis Mutis Putis. Utis. Mutis. We all know that you're going to resub with your Prime anyways to your favorite guy, 04's Elligiggle. Probably never. I mean, Space Age was a huge fucking update in and of itself. Factorio 2.0 was a gigantic fucking update. It's probably not going to get another one like ever. Doesn't really need another one, I think. Personally. Especially with all the mods this game has in terms of support. Why would it need another update? Utis. Don't worry about it, putis. I'm just, listen, we're just, bro, it's okay. You're being a little anti-Semitic. It's kind of fucked up, Ford. What's wrong with you? Why are you so putana? Shut the fuck up, bitch. I'll kill you. Why are you so fucking putis maximo?
Cope and seethe, Jack.
Shut the fuck up. Kills you. Oh, I was definitely not paying attention to what Boy Meets Mini was saying in YouTube chat. No, it was Boy Meets Mini pretending to be a chud. 'Cause they're boring. See, no one cares. Yeah, they're all pedophile, rapist wannabes, okay? No one cares.
Shut the fuck up, no one cares. Know your fucking place, trash.
That's true.
Why are you gay?
You're gay. Fuck you. Ford, have you ever thought that maybe, just maybe, only you are gay? At Grok, is at the Fortnite gay? Now, Grok, now. Co-pilot, now. The Fortnite, now. What? Who said the Fortnite? What? Irm. It's kind of weird, Daho. Kind of homosexual. Kind of gay. Kind of cringe. Kind of Fordus Netus. Fuck you, Ford. Fuck you, El Fordus Netus. Bastard. Earlier, I had to deal with an unhinged Chun across 7 lefty streams. Send him here. I want him here. Tell him to come over here. I want unhinged Chudge. What the fuck? I'm bored. I want to call them, like, rapists of the mind, body, and soul. I want to call them all pedophiles. I just want to be like, ha, you're just mad that your mans are all pedophiles. You guys are just mad about the fact that you just want to rape kids. I'll just be like, haha, you're okay with child rape. You want to rape kids. And that's it. I just want to call these people all a bunch of rapists. Because that's what they are. A bunch of fucking rapists. Or as I constantly say, pedophiles of the mind, body, and soul. I'm gonna shit myself. I'm gonna ban the Fortinet for this. Fuck you, puto. Fuck you, muto. Utis. Okay, so I can't put my belt like this because cringe and gay, derogatory, of course. Homosexual. Nu eventus McBentus. Well, fuck that, booties. No one wants to play Nu eventus McBentus. Can we ban the Fortinet? He's gonna be cringe. Yes, you do. What do I even get out of this? Yeah, you're being a bit of a bat chest right now. Dorcus! Tidus! Bat! Bat! The FOMO putanya. Shut the fuck up. Literally kills you. You're literally a FOMO. You're a FOMO blow-mo. How about them apples, puto? Utis. No, I'm not gonna give up on the event. Shut up. You don't know what I'm like. You don't know my style. Fuck you, puto. Boy meets mini, ban the puto. Who said I was giving up, Utis? What are you talking about, Shutis? Tomorrow we're doing eventus. You know what? That's it. Mods. Destroy Ford. Challenge Ford.
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Challenge the Fordnet to a debate and own him epically online. It's time for the Fordnet to get owned epically online. Okay, debate me on why WARHMMER shouldn't be banned. Because I've not broken the TOS? He should get banned because it will be basic as fuck. That's the most stupid fucking reasoning for a ban. But then again, I would expect nothing else from a Fortus Bentus. Boy Meets Mini, ban Ford for making a dog shit argument. Ban Ford for being 3 IQ. No, I don't think so. Yes, I do think so. Yes, I do think so.
$5 a month. I don't know. What are you doing with your life?
Shut up, El Futis Maximo. You don't even fucking... You don't give me $5 a month. That's Boy Meets Mini that's giving you $5 a month. El Shutius Mutius Putius. Go, like, LARP in a corner somewhere else, you putis. Fuck you, El Duto Muto. Yeah, imagine being subscribed to fucking Bad Bunny. Never call... Listen, Boy Meets Mini. Never call Kira, Bad Bunny Kira Chat. She does not deserve to... I don't know. Forget about the fact that she is still Bad Bunny. We are racist to white women in this chat.
War crime this, can't eat the drywall that, microwaving mice is wrong, they say.
We are racist to white women. Never forget that. We hate white women. We go after the whites.
I was wrong about you, Senator. You're not cringe. You're just fucking racist.
Is that... You know what? Giga Chads it says yes. Yeah, and? Yes, and? Don't you ever fucking call me that borderline slur ever again. Boy Meets Mini. Go into Ford's house and eat his electrical wiring. I want Ford's electrical wiring to be torn up to shreds. Eat it. Yeah, fuck you. Yeah, eat it. You wanna know why I'm saying this, El Futis Mutis? Because you're being extra fucking putious. You're being maximum fucking putanya right now. You are going on a level of fucking puto that I have not seen for a while. And as a result of you going on a level of maximum fucking putis, we have to respond appropriately by calling you anti-Semitic. Alright, it's time to destroy the El Fortus Netus now. Bastard. Ford, what have you done for the human race? What have you done to contribute to the betterment of mankind? Uh-huh. Nothing. That's right. You have done absolutely nothing. You made Hassan mauled one time. Huh? What did you do, El Futis Mutis? Now the real question is can we make the Fordnet mold? Now think about it. Huh? Get a load of this guy. Yeah, dude. Carry me in Havocs. Okay. Alright, permanently banned Ford. He's being El Bastardo. Bigger bastard than Hasanabi fans. Maximum fucking Bastardo. Maximum fucking bastard. Bastard. Boy Meets Smitty, ban the Fortnite. Maximum bastard. Bastard posting. He's bastard posting. We got a fucking bastard, and he's posting shit. Trying to be literal footies mooties. So we need to permanently ban him now. You know what, Ford? I'm this close to putting you in your place. Yeah, ban the puto poster. He's fucking puto posting. Not so funny when you get permanently banned, huh? Now, putis. All right, Boy Meets Smitty, you can time out the Fordnet for 1 second. Listen, unleash your anger upon the Fordnet. Now he's talking shit on you. Damn, he's calling you anti-Semitic and bad. That's fucked up. Even though El Futis Mutis over here is a Forsen fan. You can't silence the truth. We just did. No one will ever know what you said. Nobody will remember what you just said. Deletes the VOD? Edits that part of the VOD out? What are you gonna do about it, huh? Bald? Huh? You're the one who's currently balding, Baldy. I've never even seen you have hair. This is bald? I mean, if you are El Retardus, which you are. Well, unfortunately for you, El Futis Mutis Putis, you're about to be an Asmongold sub. Because of all the stupid shit that you're saying. You're gonna become an Asmongold sub. He literally has pox brain. Does one of the dumbest jokes on the planet. Gives a gift sub to, not to the Fortnite. For Asmongold. I will do it, poo-poo. What are you gonna do about it? Does it? Well, now you have to live with the shame of forever being an Asmongold sub. Think about it. Puto, what do you have to say for yourself? Now, what am I trying to figure out what to do? El Fordus Netus. You're a weird pride flag. Got him. Shut the fuck up. Kills you. El Fordus Netus, why are you so cringe? Tell me. Why are you so cringe, El Fordus Netus? Why are you the way that you are? I need an explanation.
It's cringe or be cringe, Jack.
Well, you're just cringe, though. Because you're just El Fordus Netus. So therefore, automatic cringe. Yes! I was born in the cringe. Born in my head. Yes! You have no idea what I've done, Batman. Yes! Yes! Okay, so this is normally where we'd want to use use the biochambers to make extra froth. One problem. What are we going to use for nutrients on this planet? Yeah, I'll do it even louder. Whoa, Daho, you're being anti-Semitic. Okay, it also turns out I don't need all this, that was the wrong thing. Shipping more bioflux. Shipping bioflux. Will that always be my solution to my nutrient woes? Rich Rain with the follow. I appreciate that, bud. Thank you. Perhaps I will just do that. Okay, so use the bioflux to make nutrients. With those nutrients, we make a bunch of other bullshit. And then we call the Fordnet cringe, and then we move on with our lives. Is that correct? Is that the plan? He's gonna pago. What did I eat? I had some schnitzel. And I had some rice. It's like it's like chicken. I'm chicken. Shut the fuck up, Alex. Gay. Yep, the mods. Mods coerce Alex into divulging information about the South Side of Chicago. Mods. Be ready to kick some espers. I think I'm going to make nutrients from Bioflux. So we're going to ship in a bunch of Bioflux. Mods, make the Fordnet suffer as well. No mercy. No mercy for El Fortus Netus Putis Mutius. You know what to do. No mercy for the puto. Spoilage from nutrients, and I'll keep the things going just in case anything happens. Lovely. Whoa, Daho, that's anti-Semitic. What the fuck? Whoa, Ford, you're being anti-Semitic. Right, we can't do that. So I need a way to kickstart the process to make sure that this never skips a beat. This is the kind of news passed to fund a Bear Stadium. Bear says the current stadium is technically on the south side. What the hell? What is it, Almutis? What else? What is it, Putanya? Why you're surprised about that, El Futis Mutis? Yeah, he's Team Literal Papaja. I mean, the boycott will continue for the rest of eternity. We will continue to boycott the United States of America because we hate them. We hate you guys. We think you're all bastards. Yeah, the approval rating, I think, of the United States of America in Canada is it's really bad. That's not gonna work. Accept me. Especially you. In fact, you're exactly who we are the most racist against. In Canada? The rights, we're probably not gonna have an... Oh, the U.S.? I mean, it's the midterms, right? That's gonna be at the end of this year. Yeah, they're gonna get ass blasted. They don't stand a chance. It's over for them. Okay, this is actually kind of dog shit. Why do you think Trump is trying to make ICE become a bunch of poll watchers right now, puto? But this is why. I'm kind of crashing out a little bit because this thing's not working. I need this thing to fucking feed back into itself somehow. This is very annoying, actually. I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to do this. You know what's gonna happen, puto? It's gonna be, what, 7-day ban for Hasten AB. And then he's gonna come back after, like, actually a day. And then every schizophrenic is gonna have a problem with it and be schizophrenic about it. We know that's gonna happen, puto. Because that always happens. And it's cringe and boring and stupid. And cringe and boring and fucking stupid. Yeah, because they have preferential treatment, puto. We know this. He has the numbers, so he gets preferential treatment, el futis mutis. We all know this. That's like a forehead. That's like a literal forehead. What terrorist shit? No. Ethan was lying when he called Rashad al-Haddad a terrorist. He is not a terrorist. If he was a terrorist, puto, his name would have been al-Houthi. His name's not al-Houthi. The picture that he took in front of the ship, that was apparently it was a tourist attraction. And he's never had any associations with the Houthis. So Ethan was lying when he said that. Also, under the Biden administration, the Houthis were not designated as a terrorist organization. That designation was taken away after Trump put that in place right as he was about to leave office. Biden, one of the first things he did when he came into office was remove that designation of the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization. That was the first thing he did. One of the first things he did. In all of, like, the Donald Trump reversing of executive orders bullshit. After that, Trump put the Houthis back on the foreign terrorist list, a foreign terrorist organization list, as he came back into office via executive order. So Ethan was lying when he said the whole quote-unquote terrorist shit. He was a liar. Listen, putis, don't get caught out by all the retardus. Because then I have to call you retardus. And you never forget, puto. Never go full retardus. Never go full retardus. Yeah, we're gonna have to permanently ban Ford again. I'm trying to think. I need the nutrients to somehow kickstart this thing. Should I just import in a bunch of spoilage? Yeah, can we permaban the Fordnet for saying slurs on the internet? Thank you. I think, okay, I have a solution to this problem. I've figured it out. We're going to import in a bunch of spoilage. That's how we're going to do this. But yeah, permaban the Fordnet for saying slurs. Absolutely. I'm mostly just trying to figure out how I'm going to do this, and I think I have a solution to the problem. I'm going to use you to make nutrients. Can we Omega permaban Ford for being El Fortus? Mods ban Ford for being Ford. Being literal putanya. Listen, putis, we have to make sure that you don't fall for Ethan Klein narratives, because Ethan Klein is a schizo. Now, Ford, I know that you're not a schizo. Are you a schizo, El Fordus Netus? Are you a schizo? It's incredibly important, El Fordus Netus. Are you schizo? Maybe. Mods, destroy the schizo. You know what to do. Go full schizo on schizo. Schizo violence time, now. No mercy for the Ethan Klein schizos. None at all. They deserve none. We're going to be as ableist as possible. Very, very, very important. Yeah, but that's because I have a large brain. I am a schizo because my brain is very big. So fuck you, El Putanya.
Cope and seethe, Jack.
Boy meets mini. You know what to do. Go on the top rope and RKO the Ford net. Boy meets mini, head on the top rope. What would Ford's wrestling name be? Okay, so you are going to get the spoilage. You are going to handle the bioflux. This pipe is right here. It's kind of annoying. And just like that, we should have... Do I have burning towers? I may need some just to clear out spoilage. No. Right, you were picking up nuclear weapons. Ford, I'm going to strap you to a nuclear missile. What say you? What if I were to strap you to a nuclear bomb? What would you do? Send me to Russia. Are we Pepe posting? Whoa, 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 it's anti-Semitic. Ford, why are you so anti-Semitic? What the fuck? Where the fuck is what I'm looking for? Heating. There it is. Actually, before Putanga leaves, we should do this segment now, actually. We're gonna make fun of NuxTaku right now. Because he's talking about Warhammer, and I saw this, and I was just like, I have to see this. I have to watch this for myself, because it's probably gonna be stupid and 3 IQ. Like, Putis Maximo. we're gonna watch a video making fun of NuxTaku, okay? Your favorite content, making fun of El Putis Maximo, and he's talking about Warhammer, which the only stuff that he's engaged with Warhammer content is just reacting to random fucking videos about lore. So he has, like, no idea. Yeah, I have done a bunch of reaction content. Fuck you. I'm gonna ban you for at least 70 fucking years. You will no longer exist.
Fake news.
You're fake news. I'm gonna eat you. I'm gonna eat your ass. I'm gonna eat your leftist ass. I'll eat it. I'll eat a human. I don't care. I'm gonna eat you. I will eat your leftist ass. I'll eat you. I'll do it. Alright. Anti-Semitism time. AKA NuxTaku. Your purpose is also to grab stuff from Gleba. Well, first, he was an anime reaction channel who didn't have face cam. The next Attack on Grifters episode, by the way, is going to be on Nux. I'm going to do it on Nux next, for sure. Nux is going to be my next target. Because I hate him. Yo, true. Bioflux. Right, I should get started with this stuff. Okay. Alright, I came across this video. It's NuxTaku reacting to a video. I think it's from Sargon of Akkad about Warhammer. Now, okay. I've talked about Warhammer. I've made analogies towards Warhammer. I am a big fan of Warhammer. I love Warhammer Fantasy through Total War Warhammer. I also am a big fan of 40k. I've read some books. I've played a lot of games. I would like to paint miniatures, but that shit's fucking expensive. I think the only ways that NuxTaku has ever engaged with the hobby is just through reacting onto videos that he just finds on the fucking internet. So, if we're talking about, like, complete fucking tourist behavior, it's complete fucking tourist behavior. Let's be honest here. Listen, Ford, I understand that you want to do the edgy Warhammer takes, okay? Very, very funny. Listen, a bunch of people would probably agree that, with that take of what AOS being better than fantasy, being better than fucking 40k. Listen, the only reason why people say that is because, the models. AOS models are really, really fucking nice. I've done my fair share of perusing, okay? They got some good fucking shit, okay? It's because of a bunch of bullshit that happens with 40K. Okay, whatever. I don't care. Shut up. Fuck you. Lore is good too. All I know is that in AOS they have like Space Marine equivalents because everything has to be Space Marine. Yeah, that's like the main thing that I know. But yeah, there is not as many games with AOS. That is true. Warhammer Fantasy does have it. Yeah, Sigmarines. Yes, thank you, Ford. Yes, I'm aware of the Sigmarines. We're going off on a little bit of a tangent here. Yes, AOS has really nice models, and NuxTaku's only engagement with Warhammer, from what I have generally seen, has just been through reacting to mostly probably Chud videos online, specifically, and that's like literally it. All right, I just want to see. We just want to take a little bit of a look to see what kind of like idiotic shit this guy probably says. Because again, reacting to the relevant politics of 40K, it broke me. So this is like the thing that he's been constantly doing now, is saying like, oh, I'm reacting to this thing, and it broke my soul, or whatever, like idiotic fucking bullshit, nonsense. Again, he's talking about fucking Sargon of Akkad. Okay. I guess we also have to mention about Sargon of Akkad a little bit. So Sargon of Akkad is just a white nationalist, a very old OG quote-unquote skeptic YouTuber, one of the early fucking Gamergators, and he ran for UKIP in the UK, got absolutely blown the fuck out because he's like extremely unlikable and is just like a far-right little freak. I know, doesn't he have like a mixed daughter or something? And isn't his wife like black or something? If I recall correctly. I could be completely wrong on this. Typical of a neo-Nazi. Sargon of Akkad is a neo-Nazi. He's always very hypocritical in terms of all the fucking stuff that they believe in and that they always say. Like, listen, I thought Sargon was supposed to care about like the purity of the white race, but he has like he has like he's got a mixed race relationship. I don't know, Nazis. I don't think like Sargon of Akkad is really pure enough. Okay, I'm rambling here a little bit. Why don't we get started with this dumbass video?
Welcome to the NuxTaku Lore channel. Here we do lore every single day. Today, Warhammer lore. That's right. We haven't done this in a minute, I should say. But we are doing a Warhammer lore dive, specifically from Sargon of Akkad, why Warhammer keeps winning. Apparently, this is a deep dive on Warhammer politics and why it's more relatable now than ever. I'm
gonna tell you right now. I guarantee you, these motherfuckers barely know anything about fucking Warhammer lore. These two are, as I've said before, more than likely the fucking epitome of tourists. Okay. Probably, listen, okay, Nux, if you're such a fan of fucking Warhammer, quote unquote, post minis or whatever. Post whatever mediums that you've engaged with besides like 3IQ fucking dog shit videos that you probably have. Listen, I have played a bunch of games and a bunch of other stuff, okay? I at the very least do engage very often with Warhammer mediums. NuxTaku, I highly doubt fucking engages with much of this at all.
Completely agree. So I'm very excited to see what we have here on today's lore dive. Lock in, definitely subscribe, daily videos. That's what we got.
Why is Warhammer 40,000 more popular than ever?
Oh, no way.
It's a strange thing.
It's because we're literally being invaded by demons and we're trying to fight them, and we are literally fighting them in the name of our Lord, trying to fight back against demons by any means necessary, where we would love to be as unchained as the Space Marines, because the Imperium...
Oh, okay. All right. We holy shit. He's already coming at this from like a million miles an hour. First off, no, stupid. Yeah, dude, because the Space Marines being based and trad and conservative or whatever is the main reason for as to why Warhammer 40K's politics are more relevant than ever. Last time I checked, Donald Trump's administration and fascists around the world have been plummeting in terms of a fucking approval rating. But then again, like, because we're dealing with a bunch of troglodytes here, in both Sargon of Akkad and NuxTaku, obviously they're going to say shit like this that's going to be, I don't know, like, pertinent to their sort of quote-unquote political predilections, because again, we're dealing with two fucking morons here.
Man shows, honestly, brutal humanity, fighting for your fellow man, your fellow man against the forces of evil that come to corrupt you. It is the most riveting, perfect politics for today, but it's fascist. Thank you, Chad, for being exactly who you are. But it's fascist. Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. They're fighting with their backs to the wall. If they lose one battle, they lose all of humanity. All right?
That's not really the case whatsoever. They'll, like, lose a couple planets on the outer fringes. I mean, if we want to do, like, what's consistent with the current lore right now? Indomitus Crusade, there's the current thing with the reclamation of the 500 worlds by Gilliman right now because of a bunch of fuck shit, because of the Plague Wars, Gilliman being away doing the Indomitus Crusade and Imperium Nihilus, yada yada yada. Ultramar has been weakened as a result of this. I could be completely... I've not kept up with a lot of the more recent lore. I could be completely wrong about this, and a bunch of Warhammer lore heads can correct me in the fucking comments section. No. That's just not what's happening. Yeah, dude, if the Imperium of Man loses one fucking battle, it's Jover and all of humanity falls. I mean, that's like the baby sort of like dumb fuck idiot interpretation of what Warhammer lore is. And again, this is very, very common from all these like tourists like NuxTaku and Sargon of Akkad, who just mostly talk about Warhammer as a reaffirmation of their sort of political predilections. The reason why they say shit like this in particular is for one reason and one reason only. Because it aligns particularly at the current moment with their politics. Of course, with someone like NuxTaku, who doesn't actually believe in anything, because I think he's too stupid to believe in anything, he's not saying this because he has, like, political beliefs or whatever. I think he's too stupid to have political beliefs. He's just saying this because, I don't know, it's just in line with a lot of the idiot fuck shit that he currently is trying to grift towards at the moment. Like, that's literally it with Nux. Like, we are dealing with someone who is extremely fucking stupid.
They have no other option other than victory.
That such a long-running franchise as Warhammer has become such a relevant cultural staple.
True.
Not only is it odd that 40k as a setting is nearly 40 years old and still going strong, its political salience is only increasing as time goes by, and everyone is...
So, Sargon is also wrong here. The reason why Warhammer has gained quite a bit in terms of popularity recently is not because of its politics. The reason why a bunch of normies started getting into Warhammer recently is because of COVID. People having a bunch of remote work and literally nothing better to do, and so they decided to start getting into Warhammer. That's literally the main reasoning. It's because of fucking COVID. The general sort of explosion of popularity, not necessarily in 40k, but I would more so say because of fantasy. Because that's a lot more easier to approach in comparison to 40k. I would say is because of stuff like the Vermintide games, and also because of Total War Warhammer, which are very, very easily approachable sort of franchises and environments, because it's just like, oh yeah, you know, there's like fantasy creatures, yeah, there's like funny Ratman, that's like really the main sort of difference, and we can like, you know, there's a bunch of cockamamie bullshit. We understand what orcs are, like what the Knights of the Round Table are. We understand a bunch of bullshit like this. Yeah, that's a great point there, Alex. Yeah, Pokemon cards also exploded during COVID. There was a lot of media properties that exploded as a result of everyone just being inside and just having nothing better to do. And Warhammer was one of those things.
Forced to address it. Why is this? Most other long-running franchises tend to wane over time, become less impactful as the years go by.
Same with MTG, that's true.
And becomes predictable, hackneyed, stale. But
Well, not Warhammer. It's more relevant than ever. Like, dude, these people are hilarious because, like, they don't understand something really real. Putting your life on the line to fight for your fellow man in the name of God, that's what everyone yearns for. Everyone yearns for absolute masculinity like that. And Warhammer's the only franchise.
What the fuck kind of, like, LARP fucking bullshit is this? Of course, I shouldn't be really surprised about the fact that NuxTaku needs to, like, throw in his, quote-unquote, politics into all of this, right? No, that's not the point of fucking Warhammer. It depends on, I mean, it really, really depends on the fucking story that's being told at the time. But generally speaking, Warhammer is just a story told about certain characters at certain times, depending on what lore, in order to push particular fucking products. That's like literally it. No, that's not a Sargon of Akkad's background, Boy Meets Minnie. That's the actual Emperor of Akkad. It's not King David. It's the first emperor, quote unquote, the ruler of Akkad, of one of the first empire that's been in recorded history. Yeah, you forgot about that, didn't you, Boy Meets Minnie? Anywho, distraction aside, no, like, I don't know, like, why are we just, like, randomly ham-fisting in the random idiotic fucking bullshit that you believe in into this, Nux? Like, that, no. Warhammer is not about your fellow man, fighting right at their backs in order to sort of just, for God or whatever. No. That's stupid. It's generally speaking just a bunch of, there's the main overall lore and a bunch of like smaller sort of stories, like side lore stories in order to explain certain things that are happening within the universe. A bunch of stuff that's also been retconned, broadly speaking. Obviously, like what's some fucking examples of this in particular? I don't know if the Demon Collabo got fucking retconned. There's a lot of fucking wild shit. I know there's a bunch of stuff in the Siege of Terra that also got retconned and changed. You know, there's a bunch of different shit. But no, the whole sort of religious zealotry, because again, Nux doesn't know this because he's a tourist. The whole sort of religious zealotry is completely anathema to the goal of what the Emperor wanted. What the Emperor basically wanted for the Imperium of Man is for it to be a center of learning, of knowledge. But because of all of the religious zealotry that happened as a byproduct of the Emperor dying, being interned on the Golden Throne, and also because of that fuck-ass bitch Lorgar basically writing the Litatio Divinitatis, essentially a Bible to preach the religion of the Imperium, quote-unquote, it became a fucking religious theocracy, which is the exact opposite thing that the Emperor wanted. Now, Nux, if you knew even, like, the basics of Warhammer lore, you would know this, but you don't know any of this because, again, you're just saying this because right now, Sargon of Akkad is just going along with your preferential bias in terms of the idiotic politics that you believe in.
Franchise that actually does this. Everything else is about like this hyper-feminized gay bullshit about power of friendship. Actually, we should be nice to the demons in Warhammer. Actually, we should try to hear them out. Maybe the demons have a good perspective. Maybe the demons, we can learn a thing or two from the demons. Don't you want a multicultural society with humans for the fucking demons? That's what the leftists say.
What the fuck are you talking about, you fucking schizophrenic? Like, what the fuck are you saying, dude? Nobody fucking says that. Nobody says, quote-unquote, we need to reason with the demons. Okay, so this is the perspective that we have to bring in a fucking, another media franchise into all this. This is the exact same shit that all these, like, dumbass weirdos say about fucking Freerin. Now, nobody, by the way, I have ever seen on the fucking left say, like, about Freerin that we need to understand the perspectives of the fucking demons. Nobody fucking says that, and broadly speaking, everyone agrees that the demons are just ontologically fucking evil. Everyone agrees with that. The only people who are bringing up that point are just all the weirdo right-wingers who misinterpret the messages of that fucking anime, right? I've not even watched fucking I've seen a couple episodes with a buddy of mine, who is a big fan of Freerin. And it seems like a nice anime. It's just misappropriated by, like, honestly, some of the stupidest fucking morons on the fucking planet. I probably would like the anime, but, like, whatever. The thing in particular with Freerin, the reason why it's interpreted that way is because certain lines are looked at and boiled down into its most, like, constituent parts, because the right is too stupid to be able to do even basic fucking media analysis, because doing basic media analysis is pretty much anathema to their entire fucking being. Because it unfortunately would require a bit of critical thinking, which is something that the fucking right can never do. Same thing with fucking Warhammer. They will very, very often boil down a lot of these stories and narratives that are told within Warhammer in order to just push their fucking political agenda. And this is a consistent pattern of behavior with them.
For some reason, Games Workshop are posting record profits, and I think it's actually explainable and worth exploring. Warhammer 40,000 was originally published way back in 1987 by a man named Rogue Trader and designed primarily by Rick Priestley. Looking back at it, you'll notice that it's come a long way in that time, but all the core themes and tropes are present right in this first edition. The Imperium of Man, the Space Marines, Eldar Chaos Species, Orc Steroids, and the proto-grimdark aesthetic.
Most of this, I believe, has been basically fucking retconned and changed, right? Like, it's not so much about, like, the grimdark aesthetic is still there mostly, but it's more so there to try to portray certain stories. about like characters that Games Workshop just like writes about. Also, Games Workshop, one thing that they also love to consistently do is to have as many sort of like ham-fisted references. Like there's like, I think, a character who's basically a combination of both Obi-Wan Kenobi and Sherlock Holmes. Why? I don't know, because it's like funny Reddit thing to do.
They're all present, although in a much more primitive form.
So you got the Chaos Marine Leering Centers that we have to look into?
You'll know them now. It was in 2nd edition that Warhammer 40,000 was properly codified into the form it essentially has today, and this is where the factional lore became fixed by the codexes, and the Horus Heresy became a mythic event that set the stage for the current state of the Imperium. From the period of the late 2nd edition to the 3rd edition, the Space Marines transformed into high Gothic knightly warriors, and the God Emperor of Mankind was probably established on his golden throne. Chaos became more than merely evil agents.
That's not exactly how it works. Not every Space Marine chapter is high knightly Gothic warriors. That's already, Sargon of Akkad is wrong in his fucking assessment. The Space Marines are more so like a bunch of warrior monks. Very highly specialized shock troops that are meant to just like go in there, get their job done quickly, and then get the fuck out. Very, very highly specialized, depending on the chapter, of course, where they act very, very brotherly. They're not really knightly at all, right? The Space Marines talk about like glory and honor, but they don't really have these sort of like qualities that one would expect of knights. They're not really chivalric. They're not like the most honorable. Most Space Marines are fucking assholes. They are pieces of shit, and they don't really give much of a shit at all about the people that they're supposed to protect. At the very least, with some like nobles and knights, they at the very least pretend to care about that, but most Space Marines could give less of a flying fuck. They are mostly like asexual fucking eugenicists, right? And that's how they've essentially been programmed. Like, there's character traits, and it depends on the character, depends on the chapter, of course. Like, the Salamanders are going to be more nice to general sort of humans because they understand that, well, the future of the Imperium is its citizenry. If we don't have the citizenry, we're just fucking cooked, brothers. Like, we have to do everything possible to protect the citizenry. It depends on the fucking chapter, of course, but to just boil it all down to just be like, oh yeah, they're just I don't know, like orders of Gothic fucking knights. When the Imperial Knights are right there, they do the whole like chivalric houses and the chivalric knight codes, and you're saying that about the fucking Space Marines. It pretty much immediately tells me that you have no fucking idea what any of the lore fucking means. Like, you have no idea. Again, like, I would more so say they're like nobles or warrior monks. That's what the Space Marines are, essentially.
From hell.
True.
Instead, became a kind of metaphysical corruption that carried moral weight.
I didn't know it was developed like this. I thought Chaos was like from the get-go.
Peril the entire Imperium, and framed humanity as a doomed, decaying civilization. The 3rd and 4th editions of Warhammer transformed the setting into a kind of locked stage, in which the icons do not change and the timeline is static. The Imperium is always about to fall, but never does. And from 5th to 7th edition, the lore, trapped in this stasis chamber, became increasingly exaggerated within its own archetypes, and internally mythologized. The boundaries are set, and the concepts are pushed their extremities into the realm of caricature. And it's from 8th edition onwards that the lore was finally allowed to change and develop, and the tone shifted somewhat, from Gothic to what people call tactical. Even the grimdark nature of it has become something of prestige, and it's decidedly less grim and dark than it used to be.
Oh, is it?
Innovations are allowed to creep into the setting, and something approaching hope is actually introduced.
That's true. I didn't notice that. There is this slight hope. Maybe the Emperor will return. Gilliman will wake up. You know, there's always that little bit of hope that you grab onto in an endless war.
Lore-wise, the Imperium has become more overtly centralized, theological, and fascistic, and it's also more desperate as the galaxy has been rent in half.
True.
The Primarchs have begun to return.
Like, because the reality, of course, it's becoming more, it's fascistic. You need that in order to actually fight against this insurmountable odds. You can't have these people being like, oh, actually, I have a different opinion. No, the fuck you don't. Why do you have a different opinion?
What the fuck are you talking about, Nux? No. Like, that's fucking stupid. It's not because of, like, oh, well, I just need to have a different opinion, brother, and that's just how it fucking works. No, that's literally just not how that fucking works. The only reason why the Emperor is doing what he is doing in terms of not telling anyone is about Chaos is because the Emperor was personally afraid of the fact that if to try to starve out Chaos, quote-unquote, which was a complete fucking cockamamie idea from the Emperor from the get-go, but, you know, whatever. That we're currently here, whatever. As we fucking speak. Obviously, it didn't fucking work out for the Emperor. It was a complete fucking batshit idea from the beginning. The idea of just being like, forehead, I'm just not going to tell anyone about Chaos, and it's probably going to be okay. You know, if I just don't tell forehead anyone about Chaos, we'll be okay. Whatever. But that's just not the case. The only reason why the Emperor wanted that to sort of have it be done that way, for no one to know anything about Chaos, when he was doing his Great Crusade to assemble the Imperium of Man, because, okay, we're going to do a little bit of a deep lore cut here, because Nux doesn't know this, and Sargon didn't go into this because it would take quite a while. So, Age of Strife happens, there's a bunch of warp stones, humanity is cut off, things start to regress after humanity reaches its sort of quote-unquote Star Trek peak, where basically they can just basically do anything, they're at the pinnacle of science, yada yada yada. Star Trek-esque society. Slaanesh gets born, the Age of Strife happens, everyone gets cut off from one another. The Emperor comes into the world and tries to build a grand crusade in order to unify all the planets under one banner, that being the Imperium of Man. A society that is meant to inherently reject religion and embrace science. Obviously, it didn't really end up being that way. He wanted to be basically a tyrant that's currently on top, in order to be able to make it such that humanity learns nothing about chaos, because if humanity doesn't know anything about fucking chaos, you will not be able to feed into the Chaos Gods and therefore be able to defeat them, because they won't be able to get as much energy from the Chaos Gods in order to be able to, propagate their sort of power, right? The Chaos Gods, of course, being metaphysical manifestations of certain, like, thoughts, emotions, feelings, and, like, conscious energy. Because to go into, like, the sort of, like, metaphysics? The sort of, like, metaphysical ways of how the Warhammer universe works. Basically, everything has a soul, and everything with a soul projects into the warp. The reason why this is the case is because of a really big war that happened 60 million years ago called the War in Heaven. We don't have to go into that 100% right now. There's a big war 60 million years ago, and the warp is what it is now because of that. Blah, 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 blah. The sort of... it's really, really complicated to fucking explain all this shit very, very quickly. The reason why the Emperor essentially wants for people to no longer think about certain, like, complicated aspects, like, war, anger, joyousness, excess, yada yada yada. No, humans did not exist 60 million years ago. That was between the Necrons and the old ones. We do not have time to get into the War in Heaven right now, okay? So leave the War in Heaven aside from 60 million years ago, Alex. Don't worry about it. It's for backstory for the Necrons. Don't worry about it, okay? Not important right now. Where was I? So the Emperor was essentially trying to unite the entirety of the galaxy under his banner, so then he can essentially not feed the Chaos Gods the energy that they need in order to be able to sustain themselves. That was the basic sort of gist in the plan. And he figured that, okay, the best way to go about this is if I do not tell humanity or tell anybody about the existence of chaos or the Chaos Gods, therefore, they're not going to be able to feed them the energy that they need to sustain themselves, and they'll eventually starve out and all die. Nonsensical, obviously, because, again, the Chaos Gods don't just sustain themselves through people's sort of, like, emotions or beliefs or dreams or whatever. They are capable of sustaining themselves through emotion. For example, Slaanesh gets energy from jubilation, celebration, happiness, joy, anything in excess. It doesn't matter, even good things in excess. The Nurgle, for example, he is basically, if anyone is capable of dying, if there's any being capable of dying, Nurgle also gets energy from that as well, or power from that as well. Khorne, if you're angry, or if you're honorable in any way, shape, or form, Khorne also gets power from that. A feeding of energy, let's just say that. Tzeentch, if anyone's, like, capable of any form of curiosity, or is doing experimentation in a scientific sense, you're going to have a hard time dealing with that one there, Emperor of Mankind. Tzeentch gains energy from that, gains power from that. Essentially, what the Emperor wants in order to defeat chaos for good is impossible. You can't do it. Chaos, as it is right now, is a force of reality. You can't do anything about it. It is inevitable because certain thoughts, feelings, and emotions, those are going to sustain them whether you fucking like it or not. The only way for the Emperor to ever achieve the goal that he wants is he would have to basically kill off the entirety of the galaxy, or basically all beings that have a soul, because every soul, again, like I said before, it's connected to some way in the warp, and automatically, if you die or whatever, your soul automatically goes to the warp. There's nothing you can fucking do about it. That's just the nature of this universe. Your thoughts, your feelings, your beliefs are also projected into the warp. That's just how it is, the metaphysics of the universe. Essentially, for what the Emperor wants to basically create with his galaxy-spanning human empire is impossible. He can't do it. You can't do it. Period. End of story. So, creating a tyrant, fascistic, incredibly theocratic sort of society, that being a sort of necessity for survival, is fucking stupid. I inherently disagree with this sort of framing here. And it's also not what the Emperor would have wanted to begin with. The idea that the Imperium of Man has to be inherently fascistic in order to survive is non-fucking-sensical. If the people knew about fucking chaos, not really much would change. They'd be like, oh, that's fucking horrifying. That's actually terrible. Because again, if you have certain feelings, thoughts, or emotions, those are all still getting projected into the warp, whether you fucking like it or not. Knowing about the existence of demons is not really going to fucking change all that much whatsoever. So the only reason at this point why the Imperium of Man is fascistic and theological in the way that it is right now is because of a lot of other very, very long lore tidbits, like the Age of Apostasy, in the establishment of the Ecclesiarchy, because of the Laetitio Divinitatis, written by Lorgar, who's one of the Emperor's Primarchs, one of his sons. It would take hours to fucking explain all of this, and I do not really want to. This TLDR version is basically sufficient right now, because it turns out Warhammer has a lot of lore. It's been around for a very, very long time, and I guarantee you, NuxTaku basically saying, the Imperium of Man has to be fascist because that's the only way for it to survive is fucking stupid. Yeah, Nux doesn't fucking read, okay? Let's just put it to, Nux doesn't read, and you should not be getting any of your lore tidbits from fucking Sargon of Akkad.
Different opinion? Are you joking? Different opinion? Bro, you don't get the right to an opinion. We're fighting for the sake of humanity. Contribute or die, alright? None of this.
Yeah, that's not how that fucking works, man. It's not contribute or fucking die. That's just... The only reason why it's basically framed in this way is to make it look as dystopian as possible, because the message that Games Workshop is trying to essentially say is yeah, this sort of way of thought and belief system is actually kind of bad. But Nux doesn't think that it's actually bad because he's a fucking fascist.
Hippie shit, alright? We'll not stand for your protests. Oh, but what about we should protest for the Xenos? Fuck off, you protest for the Xenos, you'll die now. You'll become a lobotomized slave.
No one fucking does that in Warhammer. That's just not a thing that happens. There are no hippy-dippy fucking peace protests that happen. Again, this is a child's fucking interpretation of the lore. Only fucking children think like this.
For the Imperium of Man's machine. Because we can't take any chances.
New Marines are introduced, and the Apocalypse in Waiting theme transitions into an Apocalypse in Motion. But the essence of the factions has remained the same since 2nd edition when they were first established, probably anyway. For anyone not familiar, the Warhammer Galaxy is populated by various factions, all war one. It is, after all, a tabletop wargame. The Imperium of Man is the universal empire of humanity, a deeply intolerant, theocratic regime which is tasked with upholding a certain kind of moral order against the destructive forces arrayed against it, and ranged against us are all kinds of hostile enemies.
Notice what he said there. Ranged against us. Did you hear what he just said there? He just did the primary sin of Warhammer fans. Actually recognizing that we are the Imperium of Man. He did the primary sin because it's no, you're supposed to pick a side in an epic Grimdark battle where everyone's the bad guy. Look at the Imperium of Man guys. They're also the bad guy. They just murder random people who are, decide, freedom of religion. They get to worship the Chaos Gods if they want. I don't understand. Why should we kill them? The answer is because humans are also bad in Warhammer.
Nux, are you aware that also humanity before they got reunited by the fucking Emperor of Mankind also worshipped the fucking Chaos Gods. They just didn't fucking know it until they got incorporated into the Imperium of Man. There are stories and there is lore of multiple fucking night worlds because they were basically like medieval sort of I was gonna say theocratic, not theocratic, but basically like medieval feudal worlds who would unknowingly fucking worship the Chaos Gods because, again, they used to be like kind of local gods in their sort of areas, and they were in reality actually the Chaos Gods if you took a look into what the fucking belief system were. It's just that it is more so to point out the sort of satire and just like kind of the consequences of being rather fucking ill-informed. Period, end of story. But again, NuxTaku, because he is a fascist, believes that this shit is a virtue in reality.
That's what the retards keep saying. But he got it right. He got it right. He got it right. They are us. You can disagree with some of their tactics in your mind, but they're us, and they're fighting for humanity, and therefore they are the protagonists. But no, we're just picking sides. No, this is us. And you just accidentally said something so true. Probably not even
again, like anyone who just forehead picks sides, quote unquote, in fucking Warhammer does not understand what Games Workshop is trying to write when they are quote unquote picking sides. Literally, even Sargon of Akkad said it himself. It's a tabletop miniature game where you go on a fucking tabletop and you just fight it out with whatever fucking factions on a tabletop game, and you just like you make your fucking army and you just do whatever. Like that's literally it. Picking sides in that sort of dynamic is incredibly fucking stupid because it's just like, no, dude. Like it's not about like quote unquote picking a fucking side. It's about just like learning about certain characters and engaging in particular stories. That's like literally it. Yeah, unironically, like Nux, stop making my war game, like tabletop gaming war game, fucking political. Like unironically.
Humanity first is the moderate position. All right, it is the moderate position that every single one of us should have together. It's humanity first. And yes, does that mean I'm gonna be racist and xenophobic? Fuck yeah, it does, because we need to survive. Now, even though I personally think that the Necrons are my favorite faction, I still obviously recognize that humanity is us. Maybe a slightly fucked up version of us because we're fighting at the brink of destruction. But that doesn't matter.
From within and without, which seek to overthrow.
Again, like this is like a 3-year-old's interpretation of just how this fucking works. And again, as expected from this like Warhammer tourist, he obviously doesn't fucking understand like media literacy, blah 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 blah. You know, we can talk like until we're blue in the face about the sort of consequences of this guy barely understanding what like certain media tropes basically mean, or what satire fucking means. Yeah, this guy would not understand the messaging behind fucking Mass Effect. Let's be quite honest here, Boy and Spinny.
Order can either pervert humanity or destroy it. Those bellicose alien species which seek to subjugate or just eradicate us are the Necrons, Orcs, Eldar, and Tau. Yep. But I think the most interesting aspect of Warhammer is the tension between the Imperium and Chaos.
Yeah.
The Tau don't... I'd like... Wait. Okay. The Tau, quote-unquote, wanting to eradicate the Imperium? Not necessarily. That's not exactly in line with Tau doctrine. Okay, so... Sargon is already wrong here. So, being very reductive. The Orcs don't give a shit about literally anything besides fighting. Their whole thing is that they just want to fight. They see someone who they can fight, and then they just want to fight. That's it. The only people he can actually say that this is the case, where they just look at living life and just want it eradicated, is just the Necrons. That's it. They see anything with living flesh, and they just want to kill it. But even then... there, within certain factions of the fucking Necrons, there's a bit of a variation. There's disagreements there. If we're talking about destroyer cults, for example, they just want to eradicate all life. That's it. They see life, they kill it, they want to fucking completely and utterly annihilate it, okay? If we're talking about, like, specific lore tidbits. The Silent King, him being the fucking head honcho, the big man of the Necrons, not exactly. What he wants is for his people to regain their fucking souls. He wants the Necrons to be able to have some suitable host for them, for the Necrons, that is, because of, again, I'd have to get into like some War in Heaven sort of lore. Basically, as apart to try to win in the War of Heaven. The reason why the Necrons are basically Egyptian space mummy Terminator robots. They basically made a deal with some gods to get their metal bodies in the exchange for their souls, but they didn't really know that, and the Silent King was just like, oh fuck, I fucked up here. I didn't actually want this shit, but now we have to deal with the consequences of that. Quick little fucking lore tidbit. The Silent King, after waking, after 60 million years of just basically sleeping, has basically set out to go after the Tyranids, right? Tyranids are pretty much Necrons rather are pretty much a perfect counter to the Tyranids. There's basically nothing that the Tyranids can get from the Necrons, because the Tyranids, their whole thing is that they just want to go from galaxy to galaxy and just eat everything. That's literally it. They just go around and they just eat everything. That's it. Tyranids are very simple. They just go around, they see biological material, and they want to eat it. The Orcs just want to fight people. That's it. They basically have a switch in their brains that has never been turned off, where they just want to go around and just fight people. That's really about it. Necrons just want to basically kill everyone except for the Silent King, who wants to find suitable hosts for his people to gain their souls back. The Eldar are the most ambiguous in terms of their goals, because there's multiple sub-factions. If we're talking about the Craftworld Eldari, their whole shtick is that they just want to destroy chaos. That's it. They just also want... Because very often... Not very often, but sometimes, the Eldar will work with the Imperium of Man for common goals. Mostly to fight against chaos, because they both know, like, chaos is the bigger problem in comparison to each other. And another doctrine, by the way, with the Emperor of Mankind, that these two motherfuckers, and also Sargon of Akkad, didn't fucking mention, is the Emperor's sort of policy with Xenos was basically like, oh, if they just leave us alone and let us do our thing, they can, like, stay in a corner or whatever. I don't really give a shit about them. Unless this has been retconned and I'm unaware of it. I could be operating off of some old lore. Again, lore heads can let me know in the fucking comments or whatever. Basically, the Emperor was just like, okay, Xenos, they're like, whatever, I don't care about them. So long as they aren't fucking with our shit, we're not going to fuck with their shit, kind of a deal, right? And generally speaking, with the Eldar, they know that they're a doomed and dying race. So their whole shtick, for the time being, if we're not talking about the Drukhari just want to run around and just enslave everybody. That's like their whole thing. Basically stave off Slaanesh from grabbing their fucking souls by basically being pillagers, rapists, and murderers. That's the Drukhari in a fucking nutshell. But the Craftworld Eldar, their whole shtick is like, we just want to fuck over chaos and try to have some resemblance, some restoration of our people. Because they know that they're basically fucked. So they just want to be like, fuck you to chaos, and then just like, fuck off. That's really about it for the Eldar. Tyranids just want to eat people. The Tau, it depends. Because they'll do diplomacy first before engaging in military combat. The Tau are basically the same thing as the Covenant. Not exactly, but very, very similar to the Covenant, where their whole shtick is they want to build their own galaxy-spanning empire, but they are willing to work with alien races in a sort of like cooperative way in order to achieve that goal. Obviously, I don't know if this is like old lore, but no mentioning of the squats, I suppose. Leagues of Voden, they basically are just hyperspace capitalist dwarves. That's really about it. Honestly, it's like deep rock galactic dwarves is probably the best way to describe the squats. And I think it's like the only other faction that's not been mentioned here, right? Everything else is pretty much under the purview of the Imperium of Man. So that'd be Space Marines, Adeptus Mechanicus, Inquisition forces, the Knights, Titans, and the Imperial Guard. That's all Imperium.
But I think the most interesting aspect of Warhammer is the tension between the Imperium and Chaos.
Yep.
The Chaos gods are the dark reflection of
Oh, yeah,
mankind
and the
who exist
Chaos.
in a parallel dimension called the Warp. There are four primary evil gods: Khorne, Nurgle, Slaanesh, and Tzeentch. They are the psychic shadow of humanity.
Okay. No. 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 No, no, no. No, 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 no. No. Okay. They are not the psychic shadow of humanity. All right. I need a drink here a little bit. All right. To say that chaos is the dark reflection of humanity is highly reductive. Chaos is the byproduct of the war in heaven. There was so much death and destruction. Remember that fucking thing that was mentioned before, the warp, which is where the chaos gods currently reside. It used to be basically, think of a sea, think of an ocean, and the ocean can be calm, it can be very fucking turbulent. Before, because all of these concepts of death, the demons in the warp, they existed in like small little pockets in corners in what was called before the Sea of Souls. And it is very similar to an ocean, because again, every soul is connected to the warp. Every single one of them. Every thought, feeling, and emotion connected to the warp. It's all connected to the fucking warp. If you die, you're going to the warp whether you like it or not. You become like a snack for a demon or something. Maybe. Or some other like warp entity, because that's not the only things that live within the warp. There's also like strange warp spawn creatures that have no allegiance whatsoever to chaos. The war in heaven happens. And this was a galactic scale war where the amount of death and godlike beings died in very negative fashions, that these concepts like murder, war, death, scheming, trickery, magic, all of these concepts within the Sea of Souls, they started to get real fucking fat. And as a result, all of this negative whirling thought and emotion, all of this energy started to take shape and form in the first demons. Now, of course, this could have been retconned. I could be completely fucking wrong here, but this is the lore that I sort of remember here. Could have been retconned. So asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The reason why demons exist is because of the war in heaven. Because countless trillions, if not quadrillions, of beings died during that war. Again, galaxy-spanning war. Doomsday weapons, basically fucking everywhere. Tons of people were dying a second. And all of that negative emotion that came with the whole of the culmination of all of this death and destruction formed the first three chaos gods: Khorne, Nurgle, and Tzeentch. Slaanesh came later. Much later. There's a reason why Slaanesh is called the youngest god. The first demons were formed as a result of the war in heaven. So, you know, the sea analogy that I was using before, with how the Sea of Souls, which is what it was called before the warp, or the Immaterium, it used to be very calm, very relaxed. Not a problem whatsoever. If you were to go on a sailing trip on the warp, not a problem whatsoever. The reason why I'm saying that is because the warp is the primary form of travel for most factions within the Imperium, within Warhammer 40k, so that's why I'm saying it's like a sea. It started to get way more rough and way more fucking turbulent as a result of all of this death and destruction that happened as a byproduct of the war in heaven. And all of these beings, which always existed, by the way. For example, like when Slaanesh came onto the sort of scene within the realms of chaos, basically not really much changed the mind of Khorne, Nurgle, or Tzeentch, because they were just like, oh yeah, I mean, they always existed, but they weren't like fully there yet, and now they're here, and now we have to deal with that in our great game of conquest. Fuck. Because these guys fight each other all the time, all the time, with their innumerable, incountable amounts of armies. Warhammer. It's all about fighting constant wars all the time. To say that chaos is the dark reflection of humanity, when these gods were formed and their sort of miniaturized avatars took shape and became sort of what they were, and not to mention all of the incalculable amount of differing warp entities that existed before and also after that don't really have any allegiance to any chaos gods whatsoever, to say that it is the dark reflection of humanity is non-fucking sensical. That's just not true. Like, chaos is a significantly more complicated sort of concept, I would say, in 40K, in to just say that it is quote unquote humanity's dark reflection is highly fucking reductive.
And each embodies a different vice.
Yep.
Korn represents violence,
Yep.
Noble represents uncleanness, Slanesh represents
Sloth and rot and shit like that.
perversion, and Zench
Yeah, absolute hedonism.
represents
No, excess. It's not perversion. So Sargon of Akkad is already lying here. Korn represents, well, murder. Violence, you can say violence, right? But specifically that of murder. Killing. Killing is very, very important specifically to Korn. Skulls for the skull, blood for the blood god, skulls for the fucking skull throne, right? Violence, war, anything to basically allow the blood to flow, that's all that fucking matters. Nurgle and uncleanness. No. Nurgle is more of a representation of the finality that death brings. Because for Nurgle, he thinks, like, why care about anything else when there's always going to be death? He's a representation of the cycle of life. There will always be death, and there will always be life. The cycle must be maintained. He's more so a god of finality, right? Specifically. Slanesh and no, that's nonsensical. There's a reason why Slanesh is known as the god of excess instead. And with Tzeentch, it's all about cunning and trickery. Because again, because Sargon is operating off of the fact that he thinks that the Chaos Gods are the dark reflection of humanity, because he's trying to basically say, yes, trying to map them to the 7 deadly sins is bad. You're 1000% correct there, Boy Meets Mini, because to basically try to put them to the more human, because humans do this all the fucking time, trying to map them to sort of like human concepts is inherently just nonsensical. The Chaos Gods represent more metaphysical concepts, more beliefs and thoughts and feelings and emotions that are represented throughout all sentient beings throughout the fucking galaxy. It's not just because every single god, for example, all of them are a coin. The coin always has its one side, but guess what? It's also got another side. Just how Khorne is the god of blood, war, violence, and murder, Khorne is also a representation of might makes right. Khorne will never lie to you. Khorne will never backstab you. Khorne will never use ranged weapons against you, because he thinks of that as like pussy shit and fucking cringe, right? He will always be like, listen, you and me, we're going to 1v1, whoever's strongest wins, right? Khorne is very honorable. He will never lie. He will never backstab. Ever, ever, ever. I mean, there's a lore tidbit with Khorne, with one of his favored bloodthirsters. His name is Skarbrand. And Skarbrand was basically Khorne's greatest general. Won tons of wars, yada, yada, yada. Tzeentch essentially whispered in his ear, said like, hey, you could like overthrow your god and that'd be really, really funny, now wouldn't it? Haha. And he struck Khorne with one of his hardest blows in the fucking back, right? Barely caused a chink in his armor. That blow would have shattered planets. And Khorne didn't really give much of a shit about the fact that he was attacked. He was more so pissed at Skarbrand for the fact that he tried to stab him in the back. Khorne was fucking pissed with this, because listen, Korn will not backstab you, he'll just stab you in the face. And that's the sort of thing. And as a punishment, he took Scarbrand's personalities and ability to do complex thought away, and just like threw him across the galaxy for 8 days and 8 nights, and he just like crashed through multiple planets, destroying them, because he was fucking pissed. If listen, for the deep lore heads, if you see that Scarbrand's face is fucked up, that's why his face is fucked up. Nurgle is a representation of the finality of death. And that's the positive aspect of him. The knowledge that there will be peace after death, and that something new will spring from that death. That's the positive aspect of Nurgle. Because there's a reason why all of the sickly worshippers of Nurgle are, generally speaking, quite happy and jovial about the fact that, why they're quite happy and jovial about the fact that they're basically dying and incredibly disease riddled, because they are happy with the fact that they no longer feel pain. They no longer feel diseased. They are happy in the fact that they no longer have to deal with these sort of like humanly sort of issues that have to exist with most mortals, right? The idea that there is a sort of end to all of it, that is what the positive aspect of Nurgle is. With Slaanesh, besides being the god of sex, drugs, and rock and roll, that being the quote-unquote perversion aspect of Slaanesh, Slaanesh is also a representation of jubilation, happiness, gluttony even. The dopamine that you feel from eating a really, really good fucking meal. That's Slaanesh. Which is why I've said before, the idea of trying to keep the entirety of humanity unaware of what the Chaos Gods are is an impossibility. You can't do that. The plan that the Emperor inherently had to try to starve the Chaos Gods is impossible. You can't do it. It's not possible. And whereas Tzeentch is primarily the god of change, magic, fate, trickery and sorcery, and knowledge, the sort of hope. Because guess what? Tzeentch is a representation of everything being terrible, right? Because that's a form of change. But the hope that things can get better, that is also a representation of Tzeentch. The knowledge gained from discovering a new scientific process, discovering something new and great for humanity. And by the way, a lot of these can mix all the fucking time, by the way. The sort of like knowledge in order to be able to gain from the pursuit of scientific pursuit or something, or whatever, of knowledge is also a representation of Tzeentch. Yeah, Tzeentch is essentially all about books and being a fucking five-head and having random arms coming out of everywhere. That's really about it. And also the idea of being able to stop coups, being able to stop plots, right? Tzeentch is all about scheming and plotting, of course. Revolution brings change. Coups bring change. Tzeentch likes things changing. But having also the knowledge to stop those things, Tzeentch also likes that as well. Again, to say that chaos is just the dark half of humanity is highly reductive. They are a coin. Just like how they represent one side of the coin, they also represent another.
Subversion.
Yeah, lies, manipulations, and the reality is these this is like, four horsemen of the apocalypse kind of shit. This is obviously
This is absolutely nothing like the four horsemen of the apocalypse. The four horsemen of the apocalypse only represent Boy Meets Smitty, they don't really have a good half to the four horsemen of the apocalypse. The four horsemen of the apocalypse, from what I understand in terms of biblical text, they are just supposed to be harbingers of doom. Essentially just Armageddon and apocalyptic and evil. Yeah, like, don't get it twisted. The Chaos Gods are apocalyptic and evil. They are. Period. End of story. But with the Chaos Gods, it's a little bit more complicated because the way they feed and get power are also from things that will be seen within humanity as virtuous, as good things, things that should not be completely exterminated or gotten rid of. Which is why, again, like, if we're talking about really philosophical, metaphysical concepts like this, conservatives are never able to really engage in all of this stuff because they're just not interested in this, and they just don't understand fucking satire to begin with, because these are like very, very difficult, highfalutin concepts for them to be able to engage with, and they already have trouble with understanding basic sort of like basic like media concepts to begin with. Yeah, but that Bible study did not help them. Yeah, exactly. To say that these guys are the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, that's fucking nonsense, right? Like, it's they are, but they also aren't. It's a little bit more complicated than that.
Leftists. Which is why you're not allowed to say that humans are the good guys, because all the different sides are good guys. What do you mean? But, yeah, no, this is just, it's...
No leftist who's in Warhammer fucking says this, by the way. So, this is why I'm saying this guy's a fucking tourist. He has to, like, do his, like, ham-fisted bullshit and try to, like, say, like, oh, yeah, leftists only think like this. Yeah, only the left thinks like this. It's just incredibly fucking stupid.
Leftism that's not contained to actually following your moral order. Obviously. Listen, it's a
That's very fucking funny coming from you lolicon piece of shit who has fucking thumbnails from fucking Shadman, wanted to collaborate with fucking Shadman, would try to bait VTubers into trying to say the fucking N-word, constantly in a bunch of differing videos that you had before, pretended to be best friends with fucking Jaden Animations. Yeah, Nux, the most moral VTuber, and is only trying to do a Christian grift right now because he doesn't want to be exposed for being a fucking Shadman simp. Like, most, like, leftists not having fucking morality. Yeah, okay, Nux.
Soros, Clinton, and Biden, and they're all sitting there together, and they're figuring shit out. Alright, I'm not trying to be controversial or anything.
Soros, Clinton, and Biden. I'm not trying to be controversial or anything. Okay, dude, nice meme.
But that's all we're at, right? We got the militant communists, you got the fucking, the people that don't think anything is worth anything, and people stagnate and die. You got the OnlyFans models, and then you have, the mainstream media. That's exactly what we're up against.
What the fuck are you talking about? But what? I didn't know that Cord was all about fucking communists, the Bolshevik revolutionaries. Like, what are you talking about? Doomerism? Buddy, do you know how many black-pilled, like, right-wingers there are? Most black pillars are fucking on the right. What are you fucking talking about? OnlyFans whores? All being a part of the left? Jesus fucking Christ. That's like that's just like a fundamental misunderstanding of what fucking Slanesh is if it's just OnlyFans whores, because again, most of the popular media just makes you think of only sex and BDSM, when Slanesh is way more fucking complicated than that, but Nux doesn't understand this because he's an idiot, and I don't even know what like, mainstream media, and you didn't say fucking university intelligentsia for Zinch? You said mainstream fucking media. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Yeah, like, listen, he's never interacted with any fucking sex workers. You can fucking tell that he's never interacted with any of them if he says that they're all fucking leftists. Like, no, it's just stupid.
Each of these vices takes something whole, functional, and decent, and changes it from its current worthy state into something unworthy, fallen, or ruined. They are deconstructive powers, not constructive powers. They can only take what is and make of it something that it was not. There is no generative strength within them, only degenerative. In this way, they take on a predatory aspect. They cannot subsist without something else providing the raw material upon which they work.
Yeah, they can't create, they can only destroy and pervert. Like a different culture that I'm thinking of.
In contrast to this, the Imperium...
What culture are you thinking of there exactly, Nux? Are you talking about Islam? Because you seem to have a particular obsession with fucking Islam. Now, of course, NuxTaku, living in Israel, wants to bomb all the brown people because he thinks that they're all stinky and fucking brown because he's just a fucking idiotic fucking racist. So, of course, he thinks like this. No, dude. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's incredibly fucking stupid. Yeah, like, listen, sex workers believe in a bunch of different... Yeah, this is a Neil Druckmann understanding of fucking 40K. Like, they have no fucking idea what they're talking about. Just... highly reductive, both of these fucking dipshits. Like, Sargon, you can make an argument, has, like, a slightly better understanding, but Nux has literally no fucking clue what he's talking about.
Imperium represents the virtues of order, tradition,
That's right.
duty, self-sacrifice,
Order versus chaos. That's exactly what it's all about. Order versus chaos.
honor.
Not exactly with the Emperor of Mankind, because his form of order is essentially trying to make everyone in the galaxy become unthinking, unfeeling fucking automaton in order to quote-unquote not feed the Chaos Gods. And that is the... Because, again, the point of Warhammer, besides it being highly fucking satirical, is essentially taking all of these sort of good virtues and good things that are perceived to be good within the sort of understanding that humanity has in terms of the philosophical rigor of humanity, to essentially take that and pervert it, right? Every single Primarch has their sort of tragic flaw and tragic fucking problem. The Emperor of Mankind has those in fucking spades.
Actually, getting too base for NuxTaku. Oh shit, I forgot. This is going on NuxTaku. Not anymore. So anyway, this is just what the fascists are saying.
Sure that humanity exists as humanity.
That's right.
It must propagate the imperial truth and protect the orthodoxy of its doctrines, the purity of mankind's genetics, and the strength of its armies to defend its territory. Whether you agree with the Imperium or not.
There's nothing about the purity of the fucking genet. What the fuck are you talking about, Sargon? Huh? No. Again, the Emperor has said that if Xenos don't fuck with us, we don't give much of a shit what you guys are up to. Just like, don't mess with us and follow the Imperial truth, then we're Gucci. Just make sure you don't fucking feed chaos. That's literally it. It's not about purity of fucking genetics. The Emperor would give less of a flying fuck if there were like human Xenos fucking hybrids, just so long as they're not feeding chaos. That's it.
It itself is a generative force that seeks to create something. It establishes rules and boundaries that produce a standard for mankind to uphold. The Imperial truth is the metaphysical creed of the Emperor of Mankind, and he spread it across the galaxy by force in what is called the Great Crusade.
That's right, baby.
In short, the Emperor was a new atheist shitlib who insisted that the universe was rational, materialistic, and comprehensive.
And he knew it wasn't, and he lied. He literally used this as a lie to manipulate people. That's and honestly, some would argue that this was the Emperor's greatest mistake. That's the craziest part, because he was so afraid of humans falling to chaos. All right, he was so afraid of humans falling to chaos, he convinced them in absolute rationality. He was anti-God and anti-religion and anti-metaphysical, because if you even think about the chaos gods, they corrupt you. So he lied. He literally lied to all of them, knowing that it's a lie, and it's what started.
Why are you saying this? Okay. I'm suffering a little bit of fucking psychic damage. Okay, then what was the point of him going on the fucking Great Crusade or anything? Right? If you're now all saying that's a lie. You're inherently contradicting yourself here, Nux. Like, what are you doing? This is what I mean. He's just a complete tourist. He has no fucking idea what he's talking about. Like, he just completely contradicted everything he just said, right? Justification for as to why the Imperium needs to go out and do the sort of like fascistic genocidal fucking shit that it needs to. It's like, oh, so it's all basically based inherently on a fucking lie. Like, this is fucking incredible. He's just saying like, oh yeah, actually no, the Emperor was lying the whole time. It's like, yeah, that's what the leftists say, by the way, because yeah, the Emperor was lying the whole. You're just parroting their position right now. So, like, what is it? You're inherently contradicting yourself here, Nux. So, you think the leftists are actually correct there? Because you're. By the way, this debate that he had here, that's being like portrayed in this fucking fan art, where the Emperor is basically debating the last priest on Terra. Yeah, he lost that debate super hard. Again, the point of the books, the point of the lore has always been to show the sort of like perversion side effects of every fucking character, to show the essential flaws in all of their fucking beliefs and show their character flaws very fucking clearly, consistently. And of course, like, yeah, the Emperor of Mankind is basically a Reddit fucking atheist who believes in science and rationality above all else, where he easily gets owned in a debate with a theologian, right? Not theologian, a theologist, right? The last priest on fucking Terra, on the sort of basis for as to why, like, belief is not necessarily such a bad thing. Like, yeah, he gets completely fucking owned in this debate and just ends up killing him anyways. It's so fucking goofy.
The Horus Heresy. It's what started the absolute destruction of his people. That lie.
The Emperor was a positivist, and to him there was nothing that was not physical. There was no magic, there were no gods, there was only science, and the Emperor imposed this doctrine through war. Moreover, the Emperor...
Even though the Emperor himself has had godlike fucking abilities, is a psyker himself, a alpha-level psyker, which basically means he rivals Chaos Gods in terms of psychic ability. Rivals, does not surpass them, but he is, yeah, really fucking powerful. Again, everything is supposed to have a dark reflection or a flaw inherently in terms of all their fucking thinking to sort of because grimdark fantasy, sci-fi fantasy rather. That's kind of the point of the books, is to show that inherent dogmatic thinking is not a fucking good thing. That's kind of the point. But Sargon and Nux both have said that there are actually good things, even though, like, this dumbass idiot, fucking NuxTaku, literally just said that the Emperor of Mankind fucking lied the whole time. Incredible. Like, he just fucking immediately contradicted his fucking position.
Emperor knew that the imperial truth itself was not true, and he kept this knowledge from his sons, the Tribals.
That's the crazy part. In my opinion, this is it's so awesome because he felt like the best way to combat against this was to lie about it. However, that would be his undoing. Like, this was his great mistake. His great mistake was thinking this. And the reality is,
Also being a pretty bad dad.
Crazy.
This is the root cause of the Horus Heresy, a galactic civil war.
Why does Sanguinius look a little like Trump? We want to ask.
Well, it's mostly because he didn't tell of his sons that chaos exists, and then the whole Anatheme Blade, and also Lorgar, Erebus, yada yada yada. There's a lot of fucking complicated stuff for as to what led to the Horus Heresy. It would take a very long time to explain. Like, there's lore videos out there for this, okay?
The Space Marine Legions rebelled against the Emperor. The Emperor eventually won the civil war, but was mortally wounded, and now exists entombed on the Golden Throne, where 1,000 or perhaps 10,000 psyches a day are sacrificed to maintain him, so that his spiritual essence can defend humanity in this alternative dimension of the warp.
And then all the leftoids are saying, are you saying that his life is worth more?
That's not 100% certain. Like, Sargon is not entirely inaccurate when he says that. It is supposed to basically maintain particular wards to make sure that the demons don't attack Earth, but more so, the reason why the Emperor is interned on the Golden Throne is mostly because of the fact that he is there to maintain the Astronomicon, which is essentially like a North Star that shines very, very bright within the warp, which can tell navigators where to go in order to travel. Without the Astronomicon, no warp travel in the entirety of humanity is basically cut off from one another. It's probably how Nux tied it to communism, because to him it's atheist, not secular, aka permissive of all personal faith. With Nux, there's no point in trying to tie anything to sort of anything in terms of fucking logic whatsoever, because we are dealing with someone who is fundamentally against logic.
Or perhaps 10,000 psyches a day are sacrificed to maintain him, so that his spiritual essence can defend humanity in this alternative dimension of the warp.
And then all the leftoids are saying, are you saying that his life is worth more than the life of the 1,000 psychers sacrificed every single day? Yes.
Nobody fucking said that. What the fuck are you again, source? I feel like I'm going to be saying this consistently throughout this fucking video. Nobody fucking says this. Everyone, broadly speaking, on the left who reads fucking Warhammer can understand, basically humanity dies in order to, they do this out of their own fucking survival. We're not that fucking stupid. We're not talking about whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, because it's just there is nothing really to sort of critique there. It's just stupid. Why are you fucking trying to do these ridiculously ham-fisted analogies and trying to tie this all to the left consistently? The fuck are you talking about? Guess what else would leftists say? Every manufactorum worker that has to work 20-hour fucking days every day until he is grinded into fucking dust would also be a fucking bad thing. It's stupid, it's ham-fisted, it's nonsensical, but the only reason why Nux is doing this is because he has a particular grift that he's trying to do.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, his life is worth more. Yeah, not all lives are created equal or something. I'm not saying that's what the Imperiums. That's not what I'm saying. That's what they're saying.
40,000 is, of course, late.
Yeah, that's definitely something that you're not saying. Nux, how many videos do you have, shitting on fucking Islam on your fucking channel? Wow, why don't we take a look? Heretical Christian cult? Gandhi killing 1 million people. They're around here somewhere. Here we go. Mostly peaceful jizya tax. It broke me. Origin of Islam's hijab. It broke me. How is this not paganism? The Blackstone of Islam. This is an interesting sort of interpretation and drawing here of a Muslim man in a fucking turban, Nux. But yeah, not all things are created equal, quote unquote. Okay, yeah, Nux, you totally don't believe in that.
Layered in irony, and one of the most core aspects of the setting is the irony that in universe there are gods. Not only are they gods, but they are powerful gods. In fact, so powerful that the Emperor himself ends up becoming the secular god of humanity in order to defend us from them.
Isn't that incredible?
And to defend the imperial truth. And
he's kind of the secular god of humanity. It's not 100%. what Sargon is saying here, it is a yes and a no. It's a yes and a no.
Emperor's brought into being, a vast bureaucracy, theocracy, and military had to be established. Utterly intolerant in every way, it uses its genetically engineered super soldiers to eradicate, mercilessly, the enemies of the Imperium. Burn the heretic, kill the mutant, purge the unclean. It's a pretty...
Most engagements done by the Imperium of Man are done through the Imperial Guard. Space... You hardly see Space Marines. It's mostly your average, like, dude in a flak vest with a fucking las gun that's, like, hundreds of millions, of trillions of soldiers are conscripted within the Imperial Guard. So, no. Where basically the Imperial Guard are, like, the anvil and the hammer as well. The Space Marines are more like a scalpel. It's a precise tool.
Pretty uncompromising doctrine of how mankind can be...
But it's literally what you need, otherwise you're toast. It's literally what you need, man. Like, that's the crazy thing. It's like, but this is going against my bullshit. No. This is the only necessary position. This is how we protect humanity, and there is no other position.
I don't know how many times this has to be said, but this is a baby's-like interpretation of it having... It is necessary to be a theological sort of fascistic cult in order that worships the emperor like a fucking god, and that is why. It's like, don't you guys understand that's the kind of the inherent contradiction and irony that Games Workshop is sort of pointing out? Even though you yourself, Nux, have talked about the lie of the fucking emperor and was, like, basically right there to talking about the inherent irony and hypocrisy of the Imperium of Mankind. Like, literally, you were just saying that just earlier, and now you're contradicting yourself again. Again, this is how you know this guy's a fucking tourist. He doesn't know anything about the fucking lore. He's just saying this stuff because, again, he's a grifter and has a particular political agenda in mind.
Objections. Burn the heretic.
Human in the horrific vastness of the 41st millennium. Yeah. The Space Marines are justified in what they do because it is necessary that they do it.
I'm so happy he says this. This is the correct opinion.
It's not exactly, by the way. Like, there are some checks and balances and position. There are a bunch of different organizations that are also above the Space Marines, and that's. It kind of depends on the fucking chapter. This is not a blanket sort of statement across every fucking chapter. It turns out it's actually a little bit more fucking complicated than that, but I'm not expecting these two dipshits who are constantly engaging in reducto ad absurdum to really sort of outline these, like, rather minute details and lore.
There's so many people being like, no, actually, it's not true. It's not justified. Everyone's a bad guy. Everyone's a bad guy in Warhammer. By the way, that's always prime. When I did my first ever Warhammer lore dive, all right? My first ever Warhammer lore dive. Retards were telling me the thing about Warhammer 40K you have to realize is that everyone's a bad guy. Wrong! They are so wrong. It's unbelievable. Humanity is justified, all right? They take things wrong to a certain extent, absolutely. But their goal is the protection of humanity, all right? If you have a different opinion.
Again, like, this is how you know, like, peasant brain. This is peasant brain at action here, okay? That NuxTaku is basically engaging with. Like, oh, well, everything that humanity is inherently doing it is justified because of all these reasonings. They're doing this for the protection of humanity. It's like, okay, if Hitler was saying to wipe out Israel and all the fucking Jews in Israel, including your dumbass who's living in fucking Israel, would you think that's justified, NuxTaku? If somehow the entirety of the UN and the world governments was taken over by every fucking Hitler imaginable, and they say we need to nuke Israel out of existence because all the Jews are there and we have to get rid of all the fucking goddamn Jews, round up every Jew on the planet, send them to Israel so we can fucking nuke the shit out of them and burn them all away, would you think that's justified then, Nux? I wouldn't think so. But the Imperium of Man would. And that is why people say the Imperium of Man is actually kind of bad, and everyone in the setting is inherently bad. It's all about a scale of evil. But Nux doesn't understand this because, again, peasant brain.
The Inquisition will kill you? Yeah, because your different opinion can be a threat to humanity. Dog, that's exactly what we're dealing with. We are dealing with life-ending threats. To protect your life and humanity as a whole, you do your absolute best to burn the heretic, kill the mutant.
Nux, have you ever thought, like, yeah, thank you, Boyman Spinney. Literally no fucking subjective thought. Incapable of subjective thought. Death of fucking subjectivity is perfect here of NuxTaku. He would immediately fucking fall to chaos, by the way. Because he would think he's like a based sort of trad, like inquisitorial. No, he's not. He would immediately fucking fall to chaos. He'd be such an easy peasant brain to just pick off immediately for the fucking chaos gods. Easily, he would fall. I don't know, probably like fucking... Honestly, he'd probably fall to Slanesh, okay? Because he fucking loves lolicons, okay? He would fall to his, like, weird excesses and fucking desires. No, Nux. Again, like, I don't know how many times this has to be fucking said to you. Like, this is just not how any of this fucking works. It's stupid. Like, I have to fucking re-listen again. I don't even remember what my fucking point was.
Doug, that's exactly what we're dealing with. We are dealing with life-ending threats to protect your life and humanity as a whole. To do your
Yes, okay, to protect humanity as your whole. No, again, this is the propagandistic line that the Imperium uses in order to continue its fucking war machine. Every other fascistic government has done this before. Use propaganda in order to justify its a threat to its fucking fundamental existence. In order to say what exactly, you have to be able to do everything possible to contribute to the state in order to be able to continue with not only your existence but with our existence as well. Again, peasant brain. This is how peasants think.
absolute best to burn the heretic, kill the mutant, and purge the unclean. I don't think you realize, all right? I don't think you realize something. Just
Peasant brain.
having thoughts that were intruded by the god of chaos could create, not only can it affect your fellow man, having them also fall to chaos, but it could open up a rift where demons show up and blow up your planet, all right? I don't think you understand. They're fighting.
I mean, I feel like I'm going to be saying this again, but this is reducto ad absurdum. This is like such a reduction that it just leans into how the fucking lore works, that it just leans into absurdity. If one fucking manufactorum worker is having thoughts about why it's actually kind of dog shit, why his job is kind of fucking dog shit, which happens all the time, by the way, and how there are consistent chaos rebellions all the fucking time and uprisings within the Imperium because of that specifically, but whatever. Maybe improving the material conditions would make it such that there would be less chaos incursions. Just some food for thought for these idiots, but whatever. Who cares? How leftism can actually improve the Imperium of Man really, really easily. Make the conditions not as shitty in the factories. Shocker, I know. Whoa, who'd have thought? But here's the thing. If you just, think about it for literally 3 fucking seconds, Nux, that's not how that works. Demons don't immediately start sprouting out of a person's brain if they have, a thought about, why their current material conditions are as shit as they are. Again, reducto ad absurdum. Absurdum. It's such a reduction into how the universe inherently works that it just it goes into just complete fucking absurdity. It's like, no, bro. Chaos incursions, like demons incurring into the materium, is a very lengthy, complicated process that requires very specific conditions to be met and maintained in order to be able to have that sort of creature be able to cross into the real world. It is actually very, very, just one slight off thought is not gonna fucking do shit. Again, nonsense.
Fighting with their backs to the wall.
Even though they are fighting for a lie, there is an inner truth concealed within, which is that without such resistance, mankind itself will be debased or destroyed. 40k also has the added advantage of looking cool as hell.
True. Oh, yeah, dude. It's easily the coolest franchise of all time.
This is a famous
There is
animation
power in
there.
mythology, and it has an innate appeal. Who doesn't see ranks of Space Marines marching and feel the hairs on the back of their necks go up?
Actually
Who
true.
doesn't want to know that they are upholding a righteous order against the forces of entropy? Who doesn't?
And they're up against
No, I don't think most people don't really fucking think of Space Marines like that. They just see really big guys in really cool looking armor, being complete badasses, and they're like, oh yeah, that's kind of cool. And most normies would just look at a bunch of different factions and just be like, oh, this thing's kind of cool. I like this thing. Again, it's meant to sell a bunch of plastic figurines to a bunch of people through books and lore and whatnot, and in order to get people to play a fucking tabletop game. That's literally it. It's just reducto ad absurdum.
against these different aliens that have existed for as long as time existed, all right? These Eldar are 40 billion years old or some shit, all right? And they're going up against these guys, and they're just a speck, all right? It's called Warhammer 40k because they're, this timeline takes 40,000 years into humanity, which is very small. In the vast
It's not why it's called. Okay, whatever. No, just no. The evolution of humanity still happens normally. Technically speaking, we could all be a part of the Warhammer 40k timeline. Humanity proceeds as fucking normal. And I don't know, could the Emperor of Mankind be secretly protecting us from demonic incursions? Secretly, maybe we have no idea if that's actually the case. We could all technically be in the Warhammer 40k timeline right now. No, that's just not how that... Current history still progresses normally.
galaxy, the Tyranids, they're coming to swallow us. The 60 billion year old empire of the Necrons waking up from their endless slumber to come and destroy everything. The reality is, the orcs, they're just kind of wandering around forever. It's this unbelievable barbaric force. And here we are, humanity. Fighting for what we believe in, fighting for our brothers, fighting for our fellow man, backs against the wall. One misstep will mean the end of us forever, to not even be remembered. And there is
again, this is the problem with the fascist here. They inherently just believe without like thinking critically the inherent mythology that is the Imperium of Man, because again, this is the essential mythology, and why I'm saying that NuxTaku basically has a fucking peasant brain. This is the inherent mythology that is essentially trying to be maintained by the Imperium of Man, that they are, back against the wall, that they're trying to do everything possible in order to just fight and survive, blah, 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 blah. It's like, that's not exactly how that fucking works, and it's sort of been a sort of like byproduct and consequences of a bunch of different mistakes. That is a mythology that's been built by basically a giant megachurch that was essentially trying to push the emperor as a god, blah, 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 in order for the Imperium of Man, in order to, for the ecclesiarchy rather itself to start to gain its own sort of power, because again, it's all about the maintenance of hierarchical power structures within the Imperium all the fucking time. Just as there are constant infighting amongst, like, I don't know, between humans and fucking chaos. There's constant infighting within the Imperium all the fucking time. Factions within the Imperium fight each other about as much as they fight chaos or the orcs or anyone else. Again, the whole point of the setting is that there is nothing but fucking war, and not only is it war against the Xenos, the heretic, and the witch, there's also a lot of infighting that happens all the time, because the Imperium of Man is a hodgepodge of a collection of a ton of rotting away, heavily burdened and encumbered, like, bureaucratic fucking states, which are inherently set to collapse in on itself, where there is always going to be consistent fucking infighting because of all the rank corruption and overburdened bureaucracy that currently exists within the fucking Imperium.
absolutely no option other than forging forward, other than putting one step in front of the other, fighting the infinite horrors of the galaxy and beyond. And the reality is, it is the most inspiring thing ever, because we need to do everything in our absolute power to protect the thing the most valuable to us, whether it's your friends, your family, your country, or humanity.
Peasant brain. Like, this is how peasants fucking think of Warhammer 40k. Just completely trying to, like, ham-fist in the current, like, grifty politics that he believes in into fucking Warhammer. Again, this is... I'm going to keep reiterating this point over and over again. This is exactly how fucking peasants during medieval times would think.
Wants to act to preserve something glorious and good in the face of debauchery and destitution. But why does this have such political salience now?
Oh boy.
Why is it that after 40 years, Warhammer is more relevant than ever?
That's right.
Well, all of this was brought home to me and wouldn't have been possible without Morgoth's article in issue 5 of Islander magazine. I had never connected the dots, but Morgoth is more perceptive than I am, and he explains it all in such a brilliant and innovative way, I was kicking myself for not seeing it sooner. In his article, Why Warhammer Cuts Through, he lays it out clear as day. Back in the 1970s and 80s, popular media was awash with straight white male action heroes.
Oh, damn. It's the last bastion of masculinity. First of all, humble of him to admit this. Second of all, it's the last bastion of masculinity. This is you. This is the pinnacle.
No. Oh my god. No, it's not because it's quote-unquote the last bastion of fucking masculine. This is, again, stupid. Like, what are you fucking talking about? No, the only reason why Space Marines are the main fucking guys within Warhammer is because they're what Games Workshop has invested in and is the most fucking marketable sort of shit that they do. Because it's easy for them to fucking market. That's literally the reason why, you fucking morons. Like, Jesus Christ. This is, again, a baby's interpretation for as to why Warhammer is as successful as it is. It's not because it's quote-unquote the last bastion of masculinity. Stupid. 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 Like, there's constant critiques within the book itself. Within the books itself. For example, of like this, like, brosh machizo masculinity, rah, everything's about man. Being a big manly man, alpha males, yada, yada, yada. I wonder what Nux and Sargon of Akkad would specifically think about the most. Let me grab it real quick. This book right here. The Lion in the Forest. Well, The Lion Son of the Forest. A very, very recent... is it even that recent? It's like a couple years old. Great book, by the way. Very, very good book. This is talking about the return of Lionel Johnson, one of the lost Primarchs of the Emperor of Mankind, one of his lost sons, right? Now, this focuses specifically on the Dark Angels. If you know anything about the Dark Angels, their whole thing is that they are basically paranoid schizophrenics, and they are suspicious of literally everything, right? Including the Lion. He is essentially the trope of the savage who presents himself as a knight, whereas Leman Russ is the foil to that, the savage who is actually the knight, right? We don't need to get too much into Leman Russ in particular. You know, very brash, very full of himself. His legion, the Space Wolves, were seen as the Emperor's executioners. They do the dirty work for the Emperor. Blah, 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 blah. The Lion in 30K, fucking asshole. Piece of shit. What these guys would think are, quote-unquote, peak masculinity. Unironically. If there was a population on a planet that was in the way for one of their wars, they don't care. They'll just bomb the fuck out of them, completely exterminate all of them if it means that they can get to their objective in 0.2 seconds earlier. These are the kind of guys that we're dealing with. Savages who present themselves as gallant fucking knights, right? The Dark Angels are particularly brutal. Very, very so much brutal. There was a particular kind of weapon, right? Another small lore tidbit called Phosphex. And the Imperium of Man banned this fucking weapon during the Great Crusade because it was... Basically, think of it as napalm on super fucking steroids. They banned the use of this weapon. Guess who still used it? The Death Guard and the Dark Angels. And the Lion is one of the loyalist Space Marine Primarchs. Let that fucking sink in. The savage who presents himself as gallant, when in reality he's a fucking savage. This book right here, The Lion, Son of the Forest, is him essentially coming out of this dreamlike state where he's... Okay, I'm not 100% brushed up on my Dark Angels 30K lore, but there was an internal schism that happened. Half of the Dark Angels were fighting with one another. There was a civil war, which is what delayed them from coming back to defend Terra during the Horus Heresy. Yada, yada, yada. There's like a faction called the Fallen, and the whole goal of the Dark Angels, what they want to do before focusing on any of their duties for the Imperium, is finding these Fallen and just either interrogating them, torturing them, or fucking killing all of them. Even though it's not exactly accurate. A lot of these quote-unquote Fallen, and these can be like... the definition of Fallen is very, very malleable for the Dark Angels. It can be someone who was taking the side of Luther, not Luther Harkin, but I think it's Luther, during the Great Crusade and the Horus Heresy. It could just be someone who learned a little bit too much in terms of all the secrets of the Dark Angels, because again, they're very paranoid and about the fact that they may be perceived as traitors to the Imperium, and they're basically overcompensating for the fact that they had this schism within their fucking legion between, of course, the Lion and Luther, but, you know, the Fallen, blah, 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 blah. A lot of it is actually just, they've been fed lies because Luther was manipulated by Chaos, I think by Erebus specifically. Fuck you, Erebus. That's always going to be 100% the case. First rule of lore of Warhammer lore: fuck Erebus. Second rule of Warhammer lore: fuck John Chromaticus. If you know, you know. Okay. There was a schism, and then there was the Fallen. Right. The Fallen became a thing. Dark Angels were hunting them down, and basically, if you're a Fallen, you get killed. Yada yada yada, because of various reasons. We're talking about incredibly, incredibly paranoid fucking Space Marines who are willing to do basically anything possible, including just completely break the rules, in order to just get at another Fallen, to just kill them. The Lion also thought this way, but throughout the book, he goes through a lot of trials and tribulations with a bunch of these fallen Space Marines. He finds a bunch of them and grants them clemency. Old Lion would not have done that. He learned. He reflected on his past actions, and he grew from them. That is a quality that these two would say is completely anathema to their belief system. 1,000 fucking %. Because that's not, that's cucked, weak, liberal shit. You're not supposed to, like, think about the past and, like, reflect on your fucking mistakes. No, it's all about pushing forward. Rah, 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 masculinity. The Lion should have killed all those fucking Fallen. But again, because authors in the Black Library are generally very good writers, and they know how to write good fucking stories, unlike these two fucking dipshits. This was a way to sort of bring back some form of a character arc to the Lion. He's essentially just going around, gathering Fallen, gathering a bunch of his old Space Marines, and saying, like, okay, there's a lot that I don't know, a lot that I'm learning about what's happened, right? And obviously, this is fucking dog shit. And also, he misses his brothers. He also misses his brothers. He's very upset about the fact that there's not, his brothers are not around anymore. Like, literally right at the end of this book specifically, he heard that Gilliman was alive, and he's like, oh my god, one of them lived. Holy shit, I'm so happy. He was elated. Old Lion, I don't think was really a big fan of any of his brothers. He basically had beef with all of them. He was so fucking happy because, again, character growth was what this book was about, right? Showing that the Lion learned some kind of, like, lessons from being basically stuck in a prison of his own mind. Well, are we effing? I'm not dropping any frames, Boy Meets Mini. I think it might be on your side. We're good? Okay, good. Still here. Lovely. Fantastic. Oh, okay, continuing with my autistic fucking ramble. This is gonna be a fucking long video because these two dipshits have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. So, this book right here is basically a representation of the Lion's growth. Him reflecting on his past deeds. All of the mistakes that he made in the past, taking a look back in his mind prison, basically, and him developing his warp ability, because every single Primarch has their own warp ability. They all unlock in various ways. That's a deep cut of lore. We don't have a ton of time to explain that. This shit's already gonna be long enough as is, because I love autistically rambling about lore. And all the stuff that I've learned about throughout years of learning about this stuff. But, what was I saying? That book was just a culmination of what the Lion learnt throughout all the trials and tribulations in the fucking mindscape of his warp ability. Basically, he can travel through this special dimension that looks like his old planet, which obviously doesn't exist anymore. It got blown up. That he was raised on when the Chaos Gods yeeted his baby capsule on a planet named Caliban. He can basically teleport into there in order to teleport to another place. It's a cool ability. He can just teleport around, basically. That's his shtick. He can teleport. And he's also coming into Dawn of War 4, so that's going to be cool, seeing Lion in Dawn of War 4. Yeah. Wicked teleportation. Yeah, that's a very, very simple summary of what the Lion can do. He can teleport. He can concentrate, and then he just teleports. I digress. Right. That book is all about him reflecting on his actions and learning from them. That is a concept that these two dumbasses would be completely against. They would hate the new version of the Lion because he has learned from his sort of and we're gonna use the thing that would trigger these two complete morons, his toxically fucking masculine sort of traits, learned from them, said like, guys, actually I think that was kind of bad of me, and I need to kind of learn and sort of gain some kind of lesson from this and try to push forward in order to do, because his whole thing is that I want to do anything possible to improve the lives of people within Imperium Nihilus. I will literally do anything in my power in order to just try to make things better and try to sort of recount for my sins. I will literally do anything possible. I have fucked up. I know I fucked up. My dad would be disappointed in me. I'm going to do everything possible to try to remedy that. And that's basically the line shtick right now. He fought with Demon Angron. He has the Emperor's Shield. He's done a bunch of fucking crazy shit, right? And his whole... So basically, he's just like kind of going around into Imperium Nihilus and fighting chaos and fighting whatever faction he can basically get his hands on. Yada, yada, yada. He's a Primarch. He'll fuck up people, even though he's a bit old. He is old, but Primarch will still fuck people up. Yada, yada, yada. These people would find these concepts that I've just described there to be completely anathema. I'm kind of repeating myself here a little bit. There's also other stories of redemption arcs. For example, there are multiple stories of differing Marines who fell to chaos and then redeeming themselves. This is a story that has happened quite a few times throughout chaos. But these guys would not be able, like, that Space Marine fell to chaos. You have to destroy them and be inherently fucking intolerant. But there are a lot of instances of chapters that have fallen to chaos, of individuals who have fallen to chaos, who have redeemed themselves and have been granted clemency by the Imperium. Take some fucking notes. Again, it's about fucking telling a particular story, not whatever your schizophrenic, idiotic, like, political predilections have. Nonsense.
All of you.
Any character played by Clint Eastwood, Christopher Reeve, Harrison Ford, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Sylvester Stallone, Bruce Willis, Tom Cruise, Val Kilmer, Kevin Sorbo, the list goes on and on and on. Straight white men heroically defeating the bad guys was the stock in trade of Western entertainment for decades, and this was one of the primary complaints the left advanced in their war against us and our civilization. True. Where is the representation of disabled trans...
That's fucking stupid. No, it's just... that media fell out of fashion and new forms of media took its fucking place because people within media, that being executives within media, were just like, what if we, instead of just appealing only to straight white males, because the straight white male fucking saving the day, quote unquote, sort of demographic is only meant to appeal to straight white males. There were a lot of executives within media were just like, there's other people that we can appeal to. Why don't we just start also appealing to those guys? Because they also have money as well, because of a lot of changes within the economy. And women being able to open bank accounts under their own names.
Lesbians of color.
Exactly.
This is oppression.
Exactly.
You must change. You must hire non-white, non-male people to do things, which is why now films and television series are full of bizarre casting choices.
You must destroy your culture, your media, your entertainment. You must destroy what makes you special, because we're going to replace that with other things now.
Make no sense.
Like what? Like what the fuck are you talking about? Are we unironically just doing the fucking meme of what? Let me just get the fucking meme real quick. White genocide media meme. Got it. What is the meme? It's the meme where it's just like all white. It's a bunch of stick figures, right? And then there's like one black guy, and they start complaining, saying like, "Oh, what the heck? I feel like I'm being erased." And then there's like two black guys, and there's still 8 white guys, and they're saying it's white fucking genocide, right? What is it? White replacement media meme. I should not be scrolling because we may be getting some sussy stuff here. Someone fucking find that meme for me. Because this is a perfect fucking interpretation of what it is. White erasure in media meme. White erasure in media meme. I've seen this meme on fucking Twitter before. I never fucking saved it, but I should have fucking saved it, but... But it's basically a meme to shit on a bunch of the anti-woke fucking grifters all the fucking time. It's meant to, like, make fun of, anti-woke grifters when they complain about white genocide and, everyone being fucking blamed for whatever the fuck. Where is it? I know exactly what the fucking meme is, but I can't fucking find it. Curse not having a big chat who can also find this shit for me. Curses. I'm being defeated. But do you guys know what I'm fucking talking about? The exact meme I'm basically referring to here? This is the problem of trying to fucking find old memes. It just, it is not fucking easy to find this shit. I can't fucking find this shit. Okay, I don't want to fucking spend forever fucking finding this shit, so I'm just gonna find... I found something that's, like, rather similar if someone fucking complaining about this shit. No, it was a meme made by a bunch of lefties to just parody the fact that how anti-woke grifters will generally talk about, like, media properties doing fucking race swaps all the time, right? It's like it's in three parts. There's 10 white stick figures. And then you'll have, like, the guy furthest on the left that's supposed to be the anti-woke grifter being like, oh, everything okay is perfectly fine here. There's no problem here. And then one will cross over the line, and there will be like one who's black, right? And it'll just then the anti-woke grifter will just be like, well, now we're having some problems here. And then there's like going to be 2 black stick figures instead. And then they'll just be like, well, this is just white erasure. This is white genocide. And they just like it's basically starts fucking. They just start complaining about it. It's just like, it's that meme. That's the exact meme I'm fucking looking for. But I can't find it because it's kind of old. Yeah, it's funny because it's fucking stupid. It's nonsensical. I found something similar. Here, I didn't find exactly what I was looking for, but it's like there's 10 stick figures, right? And the anti-woke grifter type is on the left, all the way on the fucking left. Yeah, listen, let's not go into what this fucking dumbass is saying. This dude's a stupid idiot. Whatever, who cares? But it's a stick figure all the way on the left saying like, this is totally okay, being surrounded by all these like white little stick figures. Then one crosses over a line and becomes black. And now there's 9 whites and 1 black, right? And it's just like, well, I think we might be having a little bit of an issue here now. And then there's 2 who basically cross over the line and become black, generally speaking, because it's always fixation with black people for these people, always. And they're just like, well, now this is white erasure. This is white fucking genocide. It's just like, okay, dude, like, so very fucking stupid. Very, very fucking dumb. This is, like, similar. Like, we can have complaints about, I don't know, like, race swaps of characters when it seems like it's rather unnecessary. But it's just, like, who the fuck really cares all that much? Most comic book series tend to be fucking multiverses, so race swaps would make fucking sense in a bunch of differing fucking universes. Again, complaining that this is quote-unquote white erasure is fucking stupid. That's essentially the same thing that NuxTaku and Sargon of Akkad are basically talking about. Again, like, all of these, like, Sargon is a fucking idiot. All of the people who are quote-unquote being portrayed as white in a bunch of figurines, they would have had a bunch of different fucking pigmentations applied to them, you dumbass, back during those days. But all those pigmentations, like, faded away if we're trying to use, like, fucking statues. And here's the fucking thing. Just because a particular historical figure was white back in the past, it doesn't necessarily matter 100% if they're trying to be portrayed by someone, again, because immediate fucking problem with a lot of these, like, fucking interpretations here of all the people who probably created all these, like, paintings and figurines. A bunch of these are going to be, like, medieval style paintings and figurines, and the only people that those guys would have known are fucking white people by a bunch of different Europeans. These are probably not accurate portrayals of fucking portraits, right? For some of them, yeah, sure, probably, like, I don't know who Queen Charlotte is. I'm assuming English Queen or whatever. Probably would have been white. That's an accurate portrayal. But certain people will just be like, what if we just make them black? Who the fuck cares, really? It doesn't really matter all that much. But for these people, it's like I don't know, like a schizophrenic fucking conniption for them. Because in reality, what these dumbasses want is for there to be zero representation. They just want black people to essentially go back to the fucking slave pits and start picking cotton again. Like, unironically, if Sargon of Akkad had his way, he would have black people going back to being slaves, even though I think his daughter is fucking black or something. Again, like, these people believe in nothing. They're all inherently hypocritical. There's no point in trying to, like, deconstruct a lot of the logic for as to what these guys think and believe when they are operating off of no logic whatsoever. Again, like, depending on the situation, can race swaps be, like, kind of silly? Yeah, sure, but it depends. With these guys, it doesn't matter. They think all race swaps are bad.
But more than that, are an obvious attempt to dethrone the straight white man from his conceptual place as the hero of Western civilization. This kind of left-wing deconstructionism has completely captured all aspects of Western cultural production.
So this is where this guy is inherently fucking lying. This happens in the comics. Oh God, what's the fucking comic book heads? His name is Sam, right? Sam something. The mantle of Captain America gets passed down to him throughout multiple instances of the fucking comics. This isn't just a Marvel Studios thing. This has happened in the comic books. Again, there's probably Birdman definitely has gone into this because a bunch of like anti-woke grifter types definitely got fucking mad about this when God, what's the name of the fucking Captain America who replaces Steve Rogers? Let me fucking grab that name real quick because I don't remember. I'm just so fucking bad with names and I don't look at this shit all the time. The Captain America who replaces Steve Rogers. Sam Wilson. So it's Sam Wilson. And this is something that happens within the fucking comics, right? Because Stan Lee, you know, the creator of this entire fucking universe of the, you know, Marvel franchise of fucking comics, wanted to have a bunch of representation of his characters throughout the fucking comics. That's something that he's wanted because it's just like, well, America's like a tapestry, a beautiful tapestry of a bunch of different races and colors and individuals that live within this country, and I want that to be represented throughout my media fucking properties. So there's going to be a bunch of black superheroes and black people who are going to be superheroes within who are going to replace fucking white ones because they decided to pass down the mantle of their, I don't know, equipment or superhero-dom or whatever the fuck throughout the ages. Plus also multiverses exist and things can fucking change in these comic book universes because, again, multiverse, anything is theoretically fucking possible. But again, with these two fucking dumbasses, the main problem is like, all the whites are being inherently replaced by all these fucking blacks. That's a no, can't do. We can't have that.
Striking in the movie industry, which appears to be the most shameless about it. You doubtless have 100 examples of Western characters that are described and written as straight white men who have been replaced with either women or non-white men.
True.
And there are just so many examples. Let's pull one off the top of my head. 2021's The Green Knight, where Sir Gawain is played by an Indian actor.
Why does that fucking matter, dude? Like, who cares? Right? Like, so? Oh no. One off media property, and you're gonna have a fucking conniption about that. Again, multiverses. We're talking about comic book movies here, okay? A multiverse exists, right? There can be any interpretation that a director, a writer, or a producer can have because there's an infinite amount of fucking possibilities. We're dealing with multiverse theory here, you idiots.
I love it as historical pieces. Those are my favorite. When they got Black Cleopatra, I was just like, oh, what are we doing? My grandmother always told me that in her heart she knew Cleopatra was black. Bro, get out of here.
One can't help but come away from this.
Who cares, bro? It doesn't matter. Cleopatra could have been fucking black, right? She was probably some, like, color of tan, right? Because of all the, I don't know, like, sex that the fucking Ptolemaics were probably having with Egyptians, right? It could have been some fucking amalgam. Some kind of, like, amalgam of Greek and fucking Egyptian. You don't know. Could have had sex with a bunch of Nubians. You don't fucking know about any of this stuff.
And thinking that this has been a conscious attempt by the subversive leftist to literally replace Western man in his own mythology, and where Western man is not outright replaced.
So again, here's where the inherent Nazism of Sargon of Akkad comes in. He's talking about how the quote-unquote Judeo-Bolshevik is looking to subvert media properties by introducing, I don't know, actors who are of non-white descendancy to push race mixing or whatever the fuck onto the children of America, onto American media. He's not saying that explicitly, but it's implicit. We've seen this fucking propaganda happen before.
He is subverted. If they must allow a straight white man to be the main character of peace, then he cannot be the hero. His name must be polluted, his character denigrated, so that he is no longer noble and valiant, but instead bitter and resentful.
Yeah.
Our heroes are no longer models.
How many fucking media properties have, like, straight white men as their main fucking protagonists? Like, for example, Chris Pratt is fucking Mario in the Mario movies. That's not fucking changed whatsoever. Mario still hasn't really taken a fucking backseat whatsoever, but then again, these people are fucking all hypocrites. They'll see, like, one instance of, like, Peach with a halberd in a trailer, and then the movie happens. It's like, actually, no, I didn't think the Mario movie was as actually woke as it is. It's stupid. There is no point in trying to inherently find the logic in any of all of this, because, again, for these people, they don't give a shit.
Emulated.
I think even more than that, I agree with him for the record, but even more than that...
Of course you do.
they're not men anymore. Like, they're all cowards and pussies and bitches. Like, they're not men. They're not about, I will sacrifice myself for humanity, because humanity is based. You know, I will sacrifice myself for my country. I will make these sacrifices to protect my women, my children. Right? This doesn't exist anymore. Literally, it's not around.
Here's Nux being rather ham-fisted and idiotic with the sort of propaganda here. Like, yeah, dude, you might as well just say the fucking 14 words at this point. Like, yeah, we get it. He probably doesn't know what the 14 words are because he's too stupid to remember what they are.
Around. It's just not there. It's crazy.
Broken men to be pitied.
We was all Cleopatra.
This kind of subversion happens all the time, and it is not subtle in any way. Only this week, Hugh Jackman's The Death of Robin Hood was announced, with a poster proudly proclaiming that he was no hero, and the production company, A24 Studios, announced the film with the tagline, "The legend was a lie." Oh yeah, very nuanced. Yeah, very clever.
Just let's destroy your culture, please.
Very original, too. And
The death of Rob. Again, what if this is just his fucking interpretation of Robin Hood, right? Like, you can just, like, writers write things, Sargon. If they want to, I don't know, present Robin Hood in a different light, they can fucking do that. It's called creative pursuit. This is what, like, it doesn't have to be the same thing. But then again, we're talking about Sargon of Akkad, a Nazi, who only believes that artwork is meant to do one thing and one thing only, reaffirm their political positions. That's the problem with fucking conservatives. Again, death of fucking subjectivity. Artwork and everything in terms of, like, propaganda and cultural output is supposed to reaffirm their own political predilections.
as you can imagine, people have been mocking this because it doesn't produce anything good. It's clearly just a spiteful attempt to steal something of value and ruin it to advance political agenda that requires first the demoralization of straight white men. And it is in this context that war.
Stupid. Like, nonsense, right? This, again, a writer decided to write something else, write a different particular interpretation. This is not about destroying straight white culture. Nonsense. Like, in what way is this an attempt to destroy straight white fucking culture? If people want to write, like, a sort of hypothetical universe of, like, well, what if Robin Hood was actually an asshole and robbed from the poor and gave to the rich instead? Like, what would that look like? That's a part of creative pursuit. But then again, engaging in creative pursuit for the conservative is anathema to their being.
Warhammer has found its own political relevance increasing. As the years have gone on and the deconstructionist agenda has advanced, there have been fewer and fewer properties for which the heroic straight white man has been able to justly maintain himself. The Space Marines.
Yeah, and it's also not about, what about the self-expression of, like, different Space Marines? You don't see different Space Marines with little rainbow magnets to support gay rights, alright? It's not a thing. They have one goal and one goal only, to put their body, soul, and heart on the line.
Nux, I know that you are tourists and you have no fucking idea about how any of this bullshit works, but there's a reason why there isn't a 2nd and an 11th Legion. So then people can just make up their own chapters and make up their own lore, because that's the point. It's meant to sell figurines, and if people want to paint gay fucking Space Marines and justify that in a lore way, and just play with their Space Marines that way, they can fucking do that. Warhammer, the lore of this universe, it has an overall arching theme and an overall arching universe, but it's more so to be a playground so then you can buy the fucking figurines and play with them on a fucking tabletop. Stupid. It's fucking stupid. That's how Elder Scrolls work, by the way. Each lore has its retcons, so to speak. Same with fucking Warhammer. Do you know how many retcons this motherfucking series has gone through in order to be able to over, I mean, the past several decades? If Sargon of Akkad and NuxTaku had what they wanted, pariahs would still be a thing, aka human Necron hybrids. The Eldar Space Marine hybrids that Ultramarines had, they would still be a fucking thing. There's a reason why they don't fucking exist anymore.
To fight for humanity.
And by the way, that was also like a huge fucking argument that was happening in the Warhammer community for a while. All the dumb fuck 3 IQ troglodyte conservatives were complaining about certain retcons within the Custodes, because again, now there is an official model of a female Custodes within 30k, and obviously this got, like, all the stupid dumbass idiots mad about this, because there is basically zero justification for as to why there isn't female Custodes. It's because, again, what was marketing better during the time of the 90s and the 80s, where Warhammer was starting to get its prominence. Oh, male heads on the Space Marines, so they went with male heads on the Space Marines, because again, we have to remind ourselves consistently, this is all about selling plastic figurines for you to paint and build in order to play on a fucking tabletop at a game store, specifically a Games Workshop game store. But then again, for these two motherfuckers that will brush over that consistently, there is the perfect person that I would defer to on all of this, talking about how there is basically no like scientific or logical sort of reasoning for as to why there cannot be, say, female space marines or female fucking custodians. Again, the way custodians are now created, and this has been retconned multiple times, is through something called gene alchemy. Basically, a budding sort of... Yes, real Radhom. Thank you, Boy Meets Minnie. That's who I was about to say. Who had a... Was it a debate with Arch Warhammer? Or Archcast, rather. Another Nazi. Talking about why it's just like, yeah, you can have female space marines. That's like not really a problem whatsoever. And I've also had some threads about this as well. Yeah, he made Arch look like a complete fucking moron, and because it's not about like testosterone, because that was like the main fucking argument. It's like, no, that's nonsensical. If they want to fucking have female space marines, Games Workshop could just put it in if they fucking wanted to and have a bunch of retcons. They just don't do it because of marketing purposes. That's literally it. If they wanted to, they fucking could. It's not about like fucking endocrine or a bunch of other bullshit or like tea or whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. Yeah, like, who needs tea when there's gene alchemy? That's a thing that exists, right? Like, if Games Workshop, who are the ultimate gods and masters of their own universe, they could just do whatever the fuck they want in order to sell figurines. If they feel like their female space marines will sell, they'll make female space marines. They'll make little female heads for the fucking space marines. They don't give a shit. They can do it if they want to. It doesn't matter, right? Like, if gene alchemy is a thing that exists in this universe, they could just do whatever the fuck they want. Yeah, who needs tea? Who needs estrogen when already, like, the space marines and the custodians are already fucking asexual demigod-like beings who can just who are all just a bunch of like big ass fucking super soldiers. It doesn't really matter. Let me actually grab my own thread on this in particular, because I had a particular sort of perfect little thread and counter argument into this specifically. It's mostly an example that I brought up. Or real Radhom. This is going on a lot longer than I wanted it to. Let me see. Here we go. Found it. Here. This is something that I have put together myself to sort of deconstruct the argument that there is no real, like, reasoning for as to why there can't be female sort of space marines. So I'm watching the Radhom debate about the FSM, that being female space marines, and something that immediately sprung out to me. Let me make this a little bigger, make it more readable. There we go. That immediately sprung out to me in the section about the female space marines is that does Arch not know about the existence of female Spartan 2s from Halo? Because his argument is totally predicated on the quote-unquote male frame being superior. The reason why I'm using female Spartan 2s from Halo, because there's a bunch of female Spartan 2s, is because Spartan 2s and Space Marines are rather analogous. Very, very close to each other in terms of their purpose, number, and what they basically accomplish for genetic augmentation, due to them having testosterone. But then how could he explain the existence of, say, Linda or Kelly from Blue Team? Now, I know that Halo and Warhammer are two completely different universes with different properties, but the process for creating Spartan 2s and Space Marines are quite similar. Some could say it's where Halo might have drawn some inspiration. Again, genetic fucking augmentation. Both Space Marines do that through the process of the implantation of gene seed, and within Halo, it's done through like particular sorts of drugs in order to help the growth of further muscle density and musculature within, well, kids, right? And better bone density, making people taller, blah, 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 blah. The interfacing of the armor is also rather similar. Yada, yada, yada. There's a lot of fucking similarities. It's just how it's approached is completely different. Whereas with Warhammer, it's sci-fi fantasy way. With specifically Halo, futuristic scientific, right? Like, this is something that is essentially possible to be done within the future. Like, in a theoretical sort of like, 500 years in advance kind of a thing of science, it has advanced enough, right? Kind of a deal. And for anyone who knows anything about Halo lore, which I know a little about, people will know that Blue Team is the greatest squad of Spartans in that lore, with Linda and Kelly performing their own ridiculous feats. So I find it rather fallacious to say that it is the male frame and testosterone that makes a post-human super soldier a post-human super soldier. To say that it is, I don't know, like testosterone or whatever, or the male frame, the main factor for what makes a super soldier, I think is fucking nonsensical. It's stupid. It's an inherently idiotic fucking argument. And that's the very similar argument to what these two dipshits are essentially outlining, saying like, oh, it's all about the white male. They are the only ones who are the main sort of protagonists that are being subverted by like cucked Western liberal Hollywood propaganda or whatever. It's nonsensical. It's fucking stupid. Again, if Games Workshop wanted these guys to not be straight white males, by the way, in Space Marine 2, your two other squad mates, one is fucking black and one is Asian, so whatever. Stupid. Doesn't matter. The propaganda is essentially to be like, oh, woe is me, white genocide is happening, there's white erasure in fucking media, and it's being pushed by like Hollywood executives, Jews, in the case of Sargon of Akkad, because we are dealing with an anti-Semite here. It's fucking nonsensical. It's stupid. There's like no other way to really engage with it besides just calling out for what it is, and that is incredibly fucking stupid.
It is. That's what it is.
The Warhammer 40,000 have practically been the sole survivors of this. Though not necessarily white men, they are necessarily human and
That's
necessarily
right.
men.
They are human men. Human men fighting for humanity.
In the universe of aliens, being human is metaphorically translated by the progressive mind as being white, and being men creates something that is exclusive and ensures that the Space Marines have a firm barrier between them and...
Yeah, by the way, no one fucking thinks like this. People are... Like, I'm pretty sure most lefties would be, like, have no problem whatsoever with there being a bunch of, I don't know, black Space Marines, Asian Space Marines. Like, I mean, like, whatever fucking mutations of Space Marines. Like, it doesn't... Yeah, human is when white or something. Like, even though it's just like, okay, whatever, dude. Like... It's stupid, it's dumb, it's fucking nonsensical, like, but then again, it's all meant to inherently just be completely fucking ridiculous.
Not them. The Space Marines are charged with a moral mission: to burn the heretic, kill the mutant, purge the unclean, to keep humanity human. And they don't need to think very deeply about it, because the alternative is the total obliteration of everything mankind
Exactly.
to give ourselves over completely to the villainous powers. Not only...
But there's no other option. There's no other option other than being absolutely brutal.
Space Marines and the Imperium
By
completely...
the way,
Yeah, that's not how that works. There's a lot of complicated lore as to why the Imperium is as intolerant and completely fucking brutal. Part of it is because of the Imperial truth, part of it is also because of the Litigio Divinitatis. It's a lot more fucking complicated than these two dipshits are sort of saying.
Not to get too relevant here with modern politics, but a lot of people are really tired. A lot of people are really tired of like the fact that our governments are not fighting for us. Our governments are not fighting for us. Our people are not fighting for us. Our men are really men, all right? And we're tired of it. And we feel like we're being.
That's not the reason why people are tired, Nux, you fucking moron. Again, we have to do the random ham-fisting of like the far-right schizophrenia this guy fucking believes in, quote-unquote, in order to sort of like talk about the current audience that he's trying to fucking grift to, that being like far-right like dipshits, okay? Like, listen, Nux, you lived in fucking Israel, okay? The people that you're appealing to, they'll also fucking throw your ass in a camp because they're just going to think you're Jewish, okay? Like, if we're talking about like pure self-preservation here, Nux is not doing a particularly great job at that. But then again, he doesn't understand about any of these fucking politics because again, it's all about being having like an incredibly ham-fisted interpretation for the things that he allegedly fucking believes in order to just push the grift that he's currently on right now, and that is the far right grift, because again, he's been basically shunned and pushed out of every other community for A, being a Shadman simp, B, getting thumbnails from fucking Shadman, and C, being just a general ostensible creep to people like Jaden fucking Animations, and not to mention the fucking V Shoujo drama. I'm definitely going to go in on this motherfucker at some point in time.
Sludged around. Like, and it's the biggest, in my opinion, threat to Western civilization.
The exclusionary. They are
Sure.
subversive to materialism itself.
It's incredible. He's too stupid to even just do any fucking dog whistles in terms of any of this fucking propaganda. So he's just gonna he'll just consistently blurt it out. Like, Nux, you are aware that you're supposed to be subtle about this stuff, not explicit.
Invert the tropes of actually there are no gods. Actually, the hero is not the hero, as Morgoth brilliantly puts it. One of the great many lies embedded within Warhammer's lore is that when the Emperor of Man sent out his Primarch sons to lay waste to the entire galaxy, he did so on the premise that there were no metaphysical truths and that the religion was childish nonsense. In a subversion of standard deconstructionist tropes, this turned out to be a complete falsehood, and the Emperor knew it. The truth of the galaxy is not that
That's one of the major lies. The Emperor lied to them and knowingly lied to them to manipulate them to fight for his cause. And because of his lie, he started the Horus Heresy, and he ended up obliterated and almost dead.
That's because he didn't want anyone to find out about chaos. Because again, like I've mentioned before, the goal of the Emperor is to essentially create an empire of unfeeling, unthinking automata, right? That's the point, which is why he fucking lied to everyone about the existence of fucking chaos, which is essentially just a metaphysical part of reality within Warhammer.
Mortally wounded, bound to his throne for 10,000 years. I think that's just so awesome.
no god, but that there are many, and they view you as less than an ant, fit only for eternal torment. The only hope humanity has, as Primarch Lorgar realized, is to deify the oddly immortal and powerful man who rules as a god, despite his express wishes. Thus, the giant Keramite gauntlet fist smashes through the god delusion, driven by a heart filled with anger and hatred at deception. That deception, at its core, is the belief that there is no metaphysical truth. The veil drawn across humanity's eyes was nothing more than a secular, postmodern con.
Right.
The change in modern culture, combined with the
There's not a single space marine that puts soy milk in their coffee. Not one. Not a single one.
constancy of the principles of fourth phase law, has meant that Games Workshop have found themselves in the position of accidentally standing as a bulwark
Well, true.
against the wave
Oh my god! The actual production company is on the side of chaos. Like their own story. Yo, no!
There was a guy who participated in an official fucking tournament. Showed up in a swastika t-shirt and everything. You want to know what fucking happened to that guy? He got kicked out immediately. And you want to know what the official company said in a statement? Warhammer is a game for everyone. We do not tolerate people with fucking swastikas on there. We seek to create a fucking story and a universe that is inherently against Nazism. That is inherently against fucking fascism. That is what has been said within the official sort of by Games Workshop themselves. Officially. There's an article about this. Of some random dumbass fucking coming in with it. And of course, by the way, he played Imperium as his faction. As expected. Just perfect case study of conservatives being too stupid to understand any of the media properties that they pretend to like so much. But whatever. The thing also with another example of the Games Workshop officially telling fascists specifically to fuck off and not be representations of them. There's a reason why Arch Warhammer is now just named Arch. Let that fucking sink in.
wind is blowing. The people who run Games Workshop are not right-wing or reactionary in any way. They are as woke as everyone else.
Yeah.
But they've found themselves left holding one of the most right-wing media properties around, which itself subverts the moral paradigm they themselves profess.
True.
And Games Workshop have realized this too.
Bro, that's
No, that's not it. Jesus Christ. No, God, it's so stupid. No, they know that their universe is inherently fucking satirical. Games Workshop just can't fucking anticipate that you guys are, again, too stupid to understand the inherent media that they've created. That's the fucking, like, you guys are just professing your own fucking stupidity. All of the fucking normies and left-leaning people who have come into the universe to enjoy the sort of like property and the stories and the games and the lore, the whole universe as a sort of general sort of medium, broadly speaking, they all understand, right? They all understand that it's all fucking inherently dog shit, right? That everyone is sort of bad. They have a general sort of understanding, right? There's a reason why, by the way, you want to know, like, the most reacted to fucking video in terms of Warhammer lore as a sort of primer, as a sort of, the quote-unquote existence of the VTuber to Warhammer pipeline. Let me fucking grab that real fucking quick. I don't know if Bricky still has the original. He still does have the original. It's this motherfucker right here. Bricky, aka Bricky Orchard 8. 10 million fucking views from 5 years ago. He made a new version of this. Updated lore, blah 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 blah. It's much fucking longer, by the way. Like, and still is a very very fucking good video, right? Right here. Where, because guess what? A lot happened in fucking 5 years of Warhammer. A lot of things that need to be re-explained. A lot of things that got fucking retconned. A lot of things that need to be fucking updated. A lot of mistakes that he himself has also sort of expressed. This guy right here, this motherfucking video right here, right at the start of COVID, is also another ginormous fucking reason why a lot of normies started getting into fucking Warhammer. And if you know anything about Bricky, he's very, very left-leaning. Pro-union, pro-workers' rights, pro-LGBTQ. He was able to sort of... by the way, Boy Meets Mini, white boy from fucking Orange County, he immediately understood the satirical concepts that this series was always fucking engaging with. But these idiots can't fucking do it. He also, I think he also made some recent very, very good anti-AI videos talking about Black Ops 7 being, well, really fucking dog shit in terms of its usage of AI. Yeah, Bricky is pretty fucking solid. He has like he runs his own merchandising company. He's made deals with a bunch of other like content creators to allow them to sell merchandise. He, from what I understand, like, very often like works at his own company and stuff like that. He gives a lot of benefits. From what I understand, it's a good place to work at. Blah 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 blah. His company has a union. He recognizes the union. Yada yada yada. From what I understand, it's a good environment to work in. Blah 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 blah. Anyway, he is like easily one of the biggest. Well, to call him a Warhammer content creator is not 100% accurate. He likes a lot of Warhammer. He likes a lot of different stuff. He's a variety content creator. But again, we can also throw him in the sort of like, yeah, he is a Warhammer content creator. And this guy right here, with this video right here, trust me, if you type in VTuber reacts to Warhammer, you're going to see this man pop up all the fucking goddamn time. And the VTuber to Warhammer pipeline is very, very real and prominent because of this motherfucker right here. this jabroni right here. But listen, don't tell Bricky this, but just like how there's a Warhammer to VTuber pipeline, there's a more insidious pipeline, and that is I did a VTuber to Warhammer pipeline. There's a more insidious Warhammer to VTuber pipeline. Listen, this is a two-way fucking street. This man just made a two-way street completely by fucking accident. And guess what? A lot of Warhammer content creators have become very VTuber adjacent because of this one fucking video, dude. It was a cultural sort of phenomenon. It's very, very fucking funny.
Crazy.
The thing is, they put out multiple statements which are essentially them disavowing their own product.
Yeah.
The first of those, the Space Marines. In June 2020.
That's why they say there's no good guys. That's why they start off by being like, listen, Warhammer's cool and stuff. It's for everyone.
Oh. He's actually bringing... Oh my god, this is... I'm very shocked that Sargon of Akkad is actually bringing this up. This is the statement that Games Workshop made when there was a dude with a swastika t-shirt who popped up at one of their tournaments. This is Games Workshop's official statement.
But there are no good guys. There's different factions and an epic battle, but there are no good guys. They have to say that as a disclaimer because the actual objective good guys are people they're against.
They released a statement.
No, you fucking dumbass. The Imperium, throughout all of the fucking lore that they have always presented, are not objectively good. Period. End of story. They have always said that they were not meant to be good. The problem is that you two idiots are too stupid to fucking recognize that. Wow. They think it's a fucking PR statement that's being made here by Games Workshop. No, this was always the intention from the beginning, you dumbasses. They do not want people like Sargon of Akkad or you, NuxTaku, two tourist fucking dipshits that are trying to shove in their own grifty fucking politics into their fucking game.
entitled...
It's a movement that does not allow any differences. It does not allow the freedom of expression, all right? There's no gay Space Marines, there's no women Space Marines, all right? Because Space Marines is a all-male fighting force. It literally is. You don't have any trans.
Again, like... Also, Space Marines are inherently fucking trans. They are transhuman fucking super soldiers. That's what it means. They have to change a bunch of monikers in their own gender presentation and fucking sex in order to become Space Marines, Nux. They all become asexual. Inherently. Period. Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's stupid. But the reason why they're saying this statement is because they know that there are two fucking morons like yourselves who do not understand the point of the fucking universe. And guess what? They're being proven correct.
Space Marines. Any other Space Marines that express their different culture and heritage. It is an absolute homogenous unit of indomitable fighters that fight for humanity. And they absolutely hate it. And they absolutely hate it.
Yeah, because they are indoctrinated into fighting for fucking humanity through psycho-indoctrination. But listen, Nux doesn't know about any of that stuff. But again, like, he doesn't know about any of this shit.
Warhammer is for everyone, in which they proclaim that their fantasy setting might be grim and dark.
And faith is their driving force. These are people that are anti-faith.
Faith is not their fucking driving force. Again, he doesn't fucking get it, dude. It's a faith in fucking brotherhood. Most Space Marine chapters do not regard the Emperor as a god. They don't. It is a faith in brotherhood. It is a faith that the promise that the Imperium and the Emperor of Mankind had for them is the correct path forward. They do not inherently think of the Emperor as a god. The people who believe that the Emperor is inherently a god are the well, okay, it also depends on the Space Marine chapter. Some are more religiously pious than other ones, but again, depends on the fucking chapter. But generally speaking, like I said before, these guys are not like pious crusaders who are all, I don't know, like fighting in order to save humanity. The only example of a chapter doing that is the Black Templars, and they're a parody in of themselves. But then again, these people are too stupid to fucking understand that. God, where was I going with this? The Space Marines, the best way to sort of think about them is more like warrior monks, like the Buddhist warrior. Boy Meets Minnie, you probably know about this because most of these guys tend to come from Southeast Asia, right around India as well, are more like a bunch of Buddhist warrior monks. Is the sort of like way that these guys are meant to be interpreted, right? They use their faith in their brotherhood in a lot of their fucking teachings within their fucking chapter in order to be able to fight against the enemies of fucking mankind. You do see them in North India near Tibet and Nepal. They walk on coals barefoot. Yeah, these guys are fucking crazy, okay? They go hard into their fucking beliefs. Space Marines are basically the exact same fucking thing. They're not all religious fucking crusaders like what Sargon of Akkad or NuxTaku think that they are. They're not. There's only one chapter that's like that, and that is the Black Templars, and they are supposed to be an inherent parody of like the religious zealotry of the rest of the fucking Imperium of Mankind. Like they are meant to be fucking ridiculous and over the top on purpose.
All right, anti-faith, anti-human, and therefore they have to take the stance of the bad guys in the Warhammer universe. Isn't that incredible?
That's not like, again, stupid peasant brain. This is how peasants think.
We are how we feel the world should be. Warhammer is for everyone. And if you don't feel the same, ironically, you should leave and will not be missed. A year later, they published another statement entitled "The Imperium is driven by hate. Warhammer is not."
They literally published a statement saying that actually the Imperium is bad. Actually, the bad guys that are fighting for the good humanity.
In which they
This has always been the fucking case, NuxTaku. If you didn't listen to 3 IQ Nazi dipshits like fucking, I can only imagine who else he's fucking listened to, who's done like deep lore dives into sort of into like the Warhammer lore. And by the way, they would all just repeat the exact same thing. They all tend to be like liberal fucking cucks, okay? Like, is what these people would think. But again, they don't understand. They don't understand inherently because they're too stupid to be able to engage in basic media analysis. Oh, 1000% there, Alex. Yeah, these motherfuckers hate humanity. They don't understand any of the promises or beliefs or what humanity is supposed to inherently bring to the table because they don't get it. They're too stupid to fucking understand that.
Nux is talking about the Emperor, he came to God, the humans in the warp. That means he was always God because there is no time in the warp, which means he was always part of the time of humanity's God. Yeah, I heard that. That's a theory. That's not confirmed.
About the Imperium of Man, specifically describing it in the way it is described by chaos
Dude, that's incredible. That's literally incredible. That's amazing.
itself, declaring the Imperium was not the hero of the setting, and calling the God Emperor a living corpse. Quote, its numberless legions of soldiers and zealots bludgeon their way across the galaxy, delivering death to anyone and anything.
I mean, most people would also agree. The custodians also think that the Emperor is also a living corpse. But they're loyalists. Again, custodians think the exact same thing because they were there. They saw the Emperor getting turned into the fucking Golden Throne. Why do you think they engaged in a fucking silent vigil? How do you think the Age of Apostasy fucking ended, Sargon? When they brought in, what's her name? Something Dominica. One of the first saints of the Sisters of Battle. Brought her into the fucking Golden Throne. And killed Doge Van Dyer and his like stupid like attempted takeover of the Imperium of Man, subverting the religion of the ecclesiarchy that was currently being pushed by the ecclesiarchy, subverting it for his own fucking corruption and power purposes. It's again stupid. They don't understand about the inherent fucking satire and writing that Warhammer engages in because they're too stupid to do any form of basic media analysis.
It doesn't adhere to their blinkered view of purity.
Yeah, that's the only way they survive, otherwise humanity is cooked.
There's a turn of phrase I have
That's
seen
incredible. They're literally using chaos propaganda to talk about how the Imperium men are not the good guys. That's incredible.
around on the internet many times.
Oh my fucking god, dude. There's a bunch of Space Marine chapters who have also said that he is a corpse interned on the fucking throne. Every fucking Primarch has said the same thing. That he is a corpse that has been interned into a fucking throne. But he's still alive, being kept alive by the Golden Throne. They're so dumb, dude. Oh my god. This is chaos propaganda that's being repeated by Games Workshop. It's like, holy shit, bro. That's not them taking sides into anything in particular. Like, God, it's stupid. Again, peasant brain. It's a child's-like interpretation for as to how any of this shit works.
It goes something like, everything is 40k and all we're doing is picking sides. And I think
It's a good meme.
this resonates for a reason. Khorne is literally the god of murder. Nurgle is literally the god of putrescence. Slanesh is literally the god of rape. And Zench is literally the god of lies. And yeah.
One more time.
It's a little more complex than that, Sargon. You don't understand the aspects of the Chaos Gods either. Again, like I said before, Chaos is a coin, where there is a lot of bad in Chaos on the one side. On the other side, there's also a bunch of good aspects of Chaos as well, because it's not as simple as the dark reflection of humanity, which is the definition that you're operating off of, because you, like NuxTaku, are a tourist into the fucking setting.
Resonates for a reason. Khorne is literally the god of murder.
Iran is currently murdering their protesters and sending terrorists like Hamas and Hezbollah throughout the Middle East in radical Islamist jihad.
Nurgle is...
What relevance does that have, Nux, you fucking troglodyte? Are you fucking retarded? That's a rhetorical question. Yes, you are fucking retarded. Like, why are you, like, talking about... Khorne is now Iran and are just sending their proxies to murder a bunch of people? Are you fucking stupid? Christ. So fucking dumb, bro.
Is literally the god of putrescence.
Iran is literally rotting. They don't have food in their supermarkets. Their people are starving and dying because they are spending too much on their money funding terrorism instead of funding their own people.
No, you fucking idiot. It's because they've been sanctioned by the United States of America. That's why, and they're not able to participate within the global fucking economy. That is why, because again, your dipshit fucking president pulled out the US of the fucking Iran nuclear deal because he was upset about the fact that Obama did it and won a Nobel Peace Prize for it. Idiot.
People in radical Islamic jihad.
Slanesh is literally the god of rape. And Zench...
Slanesh is the god of rape, and literally in Iran, they marry 8-year-old girls there. They marry 8-year-old girls in Iran legally. In fact, they take sex slaves from minorities that they don't like in places like Syria. This is NuxTaku content. I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to be based on NuxTaku. It won't be based on NuxTaku.
Bro, you're fucking... Again, like, what are you talking about? Like... Everyone, okay, first off, everyone already knows that you're, again, like NuxTaku, you're quote-unquote being based, okay? Listen, we've seen this, Islam's version of fucking heaven. I can only imagine what you fucking said in here. We saw the fucking Africa video where he just, like, said a bunch of stupid propaganda. Here's, again, whoa, a lot more fucking, dumbass fucking anti-Islamic fucking bullshit here. Again, stupid. Like... Everyone already knows that you're just a 3 IQ fucking troglodyte racist. I can only imagine what's on his other fucking channel besides, I don't know, wanting to live, or having Hassan live rent-free in his fucking head.
I'm only based on the other channel, anyway.
Zench is literally the god of lies, and yet...
Siege, the god of lies! The god of lies! I'm not allowed to say it. I'm not allowed to say it. I'm not allowed to say it. The God of lies. You mean like the guy that said that the Bible is true, but also the guy that said that the Bible is false? Like that guy? Like that God of lies? I can't think of any God of lies. I can't think of a single God of lies that literally lies. Like as a thing.
Yeah, that's true, Boy Meets Mini. He hates Muslim guys with Lolly and Shadman pictures on their computer. Again, like, doesn't believe in anything. Again, you wanted to collab with Shadman. You had a fucking Lolicon podcast, for fuck's sake, Nux. You're a degenerate sex pervert, and you want to complain about a tenet within the Quran of, like, I don't know, the Prophet Muhammad having, like, an 8-year-old wife. Stupid. It's stupid. It's just dumb.
Games Workshop found it not politically relevant to disavow these things.
I love it. Like, of course not. It's incredible. Games Workshop disavowed the Imperium, but didn't disavow the Gods of Chaos. It's incredible.
They're not disavowing the Imperium. Again, this, because of course Sargon of Akkad's not going to talk about the reason for as to why Games Workshop put up that article. There was literally a guy who came in with a fucking swastika t-shirt into a fucking tournament to participate in a tournament. That is fucking why. Let me fucking grab that shit real quick. Here's exactly what that dumbass NuxTaku doesn't know, and what Sargon is also not speaking about. Games Workshop condemns hate groups after Nazi imagery appears at Spanish Warhammer 40k tournament. The reason why, by the way, they had this fucking statement: we will never accept nor condone any form of prejudice, hatred, or abuse in our company or in the Warhammer hobby, which is, again, inherently supposed to satirize Nazis and fascists all the fucking goddamn time. But do these two stupid motherfuckers know that? No, they don't know that. Because again, the reason why they had that statement to begin with was because a dude came in with a fucking swastika t-shirt at a fucking official tournament. Stupid, stupid, stupid.
Really is. It's so telling. It's so
Because they are sanctioned by the ruling liberal morality. They are part and parcel of living in a modern city. With this statement, Games Workshop picked a side, and they chose the side of evil. And so, of course, they themselves joined the chorus of voices agitating for female space marines, modifying their own law, and slyly introducing female characters into this brotherhood. Why do they want to do this? Well,
because they need to subvert it.
Why the fuck does that matter? They need to subvert it. Yeah, I guess, like, what are you gonna say that they're all fucking Jewish now? All the executives there are a part of the Judeo-Bolshevik values or something? Well, then again, the excuse that all these, like, fucking, like, simpering morons and dipshits is the fact that I think it's either BlackRock or Blackstone. One of the private equity vultures has done some investment within Games Workshop, and they're like pushing ESG, Judeo-Bolshevik fucking values onto Games Workshop, and they're like using that to inherently subvert the fucking company and the hobby. Again, stupid. It's non-fucking sensical. It's like, oh no, company got a bunch of investment from a big fucking private equity firm, and therefore they're using that to inherently subvert the hobby. It's like, no, that's not how that fucking works. Again, you are an idiot if you fucking think like this. And if people who fucking spew this complete nonsense are all just sheep. They are sheep. They are peasants. Peasant brain. Just idiots.
They need to subvert it in order to live.
Because it is a core part of a fashionable political zeitgeist. No, you can't have a boys-only club, because that would be mean to girls. Even a change in the space, whose law has always stated that they have to be male, would substantially change the nature of the things.
I don't know how many times this has to be fucking said, but retcons exist. The only reason why they said that, like in 2nd edition or something, and by the way, all the Warhammer creators, you want to know what they did? They condemned this guy, and that they were very happy about Games Workshop's sort of statement in this. So again, I think the broader community has made their voices very, very fucking clear that they do not like fucking weirdo fascist dipshits. And guess what? When they did their foray into the sort of FSM female custodies discourse, you know what they all fucking said? They were just like, yeah, we're okay with it. We don't really care. So long as it makes cool models, meh, we don't give a shit. All of them have consistently said, all the content creators, all of the players of the fucking game, except for this loud minority of 3 IQ dumbass fucking morons who barely understand any of the fucking criticisms that their supposed favored property is making of people like them, have all said, yeah, we're okay, we don't give a shit. You're unironically like the fucking dude who is asking for, like, I don't know, saying that he does not fucking consent to a particular fucking relationship. You know, like, the two other people have fucking consented. Like, you know, Games Workshop saying, oh, I consent to having, like, a bunch of, like, female custodian characters or female Space Marines. Yeah, we don't really care. Like, if we want to do it, whatever, we can just fucking do it. The general broader audience that Warhammer fucking appeals to saying, I consent. But now we have, like, retards like fucking NuxTaku and Sargon of Akkad saying, oh, you forgot to ask me. I'm also supposed to consent, and I do not consent to this. It's like, no one's fucking asking you, bitch.
So, the only reason that they haven't introduced female Space Marines properly is a fear of a backlash from their own consumers, and the closest they've yet come is a retcon.
That's not the reasoning why. That is not the reasoning why. It's because of marketing. That's literally it. They've been pushing John Warhammer as aka Titus, which is a thing that has always been sort of, culminating to throughout the multitude of the Space Marine games. They finally decided to have, like, their quote-unquote main character there, John Warhammer, the dude that they want to market to a lot more fucking people so they can get more people into the games, into the lore, into the medium, into buying fucking figurines. Oh, they introduced their fucking main character, John Warhammer, aka fucking Captain Titus.
The Emperor's elite guard, and decided that actually some of them were always women, actually, because there's no difference between men and women, so why not? In this era of hyperliberalism.
That's not the reasoning. Again, I don't know how many times this needs to be said. It's the same fucking thing. There is, fundamentally speaking, you can have, like, female Space Marines or female fucking custodians. It's not about the male frame or the or testosterone being the main fucking factor. Custodians are created through something called gene fucking alchemy, and Games Workshop can essentially write that in a particular way that there can also be female fucking custodians, because again, it's their lore, it's their universe, and they can just come up with, like, whatever the fuck they want to justify it. Again, we're talking about, like, sci-fi fantasy, sci-fi fantasy tropes, and if they just want to make some shit up, they can just make some shit up.
But these people, they need to do everything they can to propagandize people into being like, the Space Marines are actually the bad guys because no women allowed. But also, we're getting them to include women.
Dissolution of all barriers.
No one said this.
And the reduction of all things to mere material is the telos of all political action. The Imperium of Man and its valiant Space Marines stand as a metaphorical fortress against this kind of thinking. The Imperium as a faction stands for order, duty, self-sacrifice, and purity. And because it enforces these values with extreme intolerance, it becomes a heretical example to the current liberal order, because they have the opposite in mind for our countries.
Yeah.
Well, no. Literally, you talk with anyone about this, they see what the Imperium values, what it's essentially supposed to be pushed as, and they would see as like, oh, that's like very over the top and ridiculous, and it's meant to be sort of portrayed as very over the top and ridiculous, and Warhammer has done a very good job as portraying it as over the top and ridiculous. The problem is that conservatives are too fucking stupid in order to be able to understand that, because they can't do any form of media analysis, because they have to be, like, too stupid in order to be able to understand any of this stuff, because they would no longer be fucking conservatives.
This is why they have
the Imperium Man putting themselves on the line to protect humanity is the opposite of what the liberal order wants for humans. Isn't that incredible?
Did with the chaos.
What the fuck does that even mean, Nux? Like, the liberal world order doesn't want to fucking protect humans, yet Donald Trump, the avaricious, pedophilic, dumbass pedophile billionaire that's currently in power, has funneled more and more resources to those who actually would want to replace all of humanity with AI robots. Like, stupid. These people believe in fucking nothing. Like, Peter Thiel has unironically said he wants to replace 80% of humanity with AI robots to serve his every fucking whim. Same with Elon Musk, same with Curtis Yarvin, same with all of these, like, stupid tech broligarch fucking dipshits. But again, does this simpering moron know about any of this stuff? No, because again, he's a grifter who's trying to serve a particular fucking audience.
Gods. This is why, nearly 40 years later, Warhammer 40,000 is more relevant than ever. It contains within itself an accurate metapolitical description of our current environment, and this makes the Imperium
doesn't.
more important than it has ever been. Yes, it is a representation of our civilization, and yes, the Space Marines are the heroes, and yes, the Space Marines are an embodiment of the straight, white, Western man.
Damn, great video. Yeah, so anyway, we're...
Stupid. Nonsense. Yeah, Peter Thiel does want abominable intelligence, unironically, Alex, like, which is, again, would be fucking illegal under the Imperium of Man. Yeah, Nux also wants abominable fucking intelligence. This video is complete fucking dog shit. The definitions that Sargon of Akkad operates under in terms of all the factions and all of the sort of positions that are held within fucking Warhammer is so reductive that it borders on absurdity. Again, reducto ad absurdum.
Warhammer 40K, infinitely based. I've covered this immensely over time. That's why it's my favorite franchise right now. I will be real, if we actually have a proper based...
he doesn't. This is not his favorite fucking franchise. If it was your favorite fucking franchise, why don't you play more of the games and cover more of the fucking topics on your fucking stream all the time, Nux? Why don't you talk about the fucking lore? No, you'd prefer to talk about, like, I don't know, Lolly Cunny or some fucking bullshit on your degenerate fucking streams.
Warhammer 40k show that comes out. It'll be the next Game of Thrones. It'll be unbelievably big. Issue is it's run by the gay overlord at Amazon. But anyway, that was awesome. I'll see you next one. Daily.
Okay, but it's being written and fucking directed by fucking Henry Cavill, who's based by these people, and Amazon were the main things that released the secret levels, which has been seen as really, really good in terms of media representation of, well, John Warhammer, aka fucking Titus, and that was released by Amazon fucking Prime. Again, stupid, it doesn't matter. Like, finding logic where there is no logic is to engage in, well, futility. I don't know, like, what else is there to really say? Nux and Sargon of Akkad barely have any ideas about Warhammer because, again, they're two fucking dipshit tourists who barely understand fucking media, even if it fucking hit them in the face. Because, again, they're just two fucking grifters looking to pander to a particular fucking audience. Don't think there's really much else to say besides, leave Warhammer, Sargon, and Nux. You two dumbasses have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. That took way longer than I wanted it to, I'm not gonna lie. That should have been about an hour. That was probably about 2 hours, if not longer. But that's okay. This is what happens when I look at Warhammer stuff. I autistically fucking ramble about it. We're still gonna talk about all the other stuff. Yeah, it turns out if you are engaging in such a ridiculous amount of, like, reductionist sort of takes, like I said before, reducto ad absurdum, reducing a position to such a particular sort of position that it becomes inherently fucking absurd, and to engage with it, honestly, is to engage with fucking fallacy, is just nonsensical. Oh, also, Donald Trump, who said he was going to pull back from Minnesota, not pulling back from Minnesota. Nice fucking meme. Great work by the Democrats. Because guess what? You know what they just did? They just averted the shutdown that was coming up. Nope, this isn't Tim Walz. This is Chuck Schumer. We're actually gonna fucking talk about this then. Again, they lied. Whoa. And the Democrats capitulated again. Like, the only correct position is to just shut down the government. Period. End of story. That is the correct thing to do. But the Democrats, and, well, specifically Chuck Schumer, are way too cowardly to do as such. Why are these people so fucking stupid, man? Seems that Primal Kyogre seems really fucking overpowered in Pokemon Legends CA battles. It just gets like 5 KOs by clicking Origin Pulse. You Calm Mind, you click the Origin Pulse button, it sends out like 10 Hydro Pumps and it just kills everything. Because it's Kyogre. Kyogre's really strong. You resist, that doesn't matter, you're fucking dead, idiot, stupid. What are you, fucking cringe? Dead. I don't try to play to get to rank A because I'm just like, I don't really care all that much. I just get the Mega Stone and I just move on with my life. This thing is just getting constant like triple KOs. It's just like, oh, everything's dead, and you're not gonna take it down in one hit because it's a Primal Kyogre. It's very, very bulky. I'll probably just go like what, max HP, max special attack. That's it. Calm Mind, Ice Beam, Thunder, Origin Pulse. Easy. Actually, I would probably just go Origin Pulse and Surf. Just... who needs Thunder? Just have Ice Beam. And just go with Surf as a secondary. Fuck it, why not? And just grab a bunch of fucking kills. It seems really, really overpowered. Even though Surf's kind of shit move. Because you have to get like really, really close. But whatever. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and I'm gonna go to the bathroom, I'm gonna grab some water, and I'm going to move my book back on my bed. I will be right back, gamers. We're back. Ugh. Stable Ronaldo could not believe that Rakai doesn't clean his fish tank. Dirty water for the fish is good, my N-word. It's not, because that fish isn't living in a river, which is going to be taking down most of that dirt down along the fucking stream, or like excrement or waste from the fucking fish. It's living in sedentary fucking water. You have to replace that water every now and again when you clean the fucking fish tank. It's like every... I'm not sure what... it depends on the fish, but it can be over like 2 or like 3 days. Like that fish is essentially living in its own shit. But people like Rakai are fucking idiots. It's Jewish censorship, not just Israel, but you'll never go there. In response to Hassan saying Israel's censorship regime, DHS has lists of American domestic terrorists they can surveil on the basis of their anti-Israel and anti-ICE activism. If you cover it, you'll be banned over frivolous rules that the ADL will establish ahead of time. Surely this will make people love Israel. Of course, Fuentes is just like, it's Jewish censorship, not just Israel, but you'll never go there. No, Hassan's not going to go there because you're just, like, that's stupid. But then again, Fuentes is stupid. Yeah, I won't go there because I'm not a fucking moron, and it's not about Judaism, no matter how hard you, Jonathan Greenblatt, and Mark Levin all claim it's tied. Get your booger-eating... bi-curious Mexican Nazi ass out of here and go sell some more Epstein hoodies, little man. Yeah, by the way, Nick Fuentes just made a bunch of fucking hoodies with like the USA logo, and it looks rather similar to that one infamous picture of Jeffrey Epstein in the fucking sweater vest. Yeah. I'm just gonna respond to Fuentes saying like, bro, don't you have a 14-year-old that you want to rape or some shit? Just call him a pedophile. That's it. Just be like, okay, pedophile, move on. Yeah, Nick Epstein's. I'm going to talk about that dodging of the government shutdown. I'm going to cover the Cuba stuff, I think, tomorrow. I mean, it's a thing that I've had open in my docket for a little bit of a while, but... yeah, the other shit just went on way longer than I wanted it to. But that's fine. No biggie. Lindsey Graham to Europe. We're going to crush your economy. To any ally, Canada, Britain, Germany, France. If you help the ICC to arrest Netanyahu, we're going to sanction you. hilarious. Kingdom Hearts trailer next week. What the heck? There was always going to be another Kingdom Hearts game. There was always going to be another one. What was Tulsi Gabbard doing at an election center in Georgia? She's working very hard on trying to keep the election safe. As you know, they got into the votes. She got signed a judge's order. Because I know that Trump tried to pass some fucking act in order to pass some fucking bullshit. Might have to fucking talk about that. Dude. Erica Kirk. Leaked audio. I should have grabbed this audio from the beginning of Erica Kirk talking about the merchandising sales and attendance figurines, her like sawing out over it. Cause oh boy, it makes her look really fucking bad. ay. Springfield, Ohio. About to get some ICE deployments. Even though he won it, I'm very happy with, but I'm not happy with what's going on there, even though I won it. It's just like, okay, dude. All at the first screening of the dog shit, probable dog shit Melania documentary. Oh boy. Yep, that's the fucking the city that was like pretty much just slated to fucking die. Very cool. So partial shutdown is still on the fucking table. They're gonna go to Hawaii? Why the fuck? They're gonna snag a bunch of native Hawaiians and just say like they're all like illegal migrants or something. Like, okay, bro. Like, what are they gonna do in Hawaii? What illegal migrants are in fucking Hawaii? Stupid. It's just dumb, dude. Yep, just gotta terrorize some more dudes. U.S. Senate fails to advance funding bill to avert partial government shutdown. Government funding expires Friday, but now they have come to a deal to fund only the government, but they're still going to debate probably on DHS funding. So there's going to be a partial shut down, but the government will still be funded. That's a failure. It should be completely fucking shut down, but whatever. This is why they're going to Hawaii. ICE has been sending immigrants to the continental U.S. to Hawaii, and no one knows why. Oh, okay. Manufacturing consent to terrorize people. Okay. ICE has been sending immigrants from the continental U.S. to Hawaii, and no one knows why. So they can have an excuse to go to Hawaii and start terrorizing people. That's why. Pretty simple. Because these people are terrorists. Also, listen, the name of the video for NuxTaku barely understanding anything about Warhammer lore is NuxTaku and Sargon of Akkad are too stupid to understand Warhammer lore. Keep it short. You keep it short. You keep it simple. You keep it sweet. Republican-appointed Judge Patrick Schultz. ICE has likely violated more court orders in January 2026 than some federal agencies have violated in their entire existence. I think that guy's a Bush appointee. Yikes. Candace Owens asks Bassem Youssef what he thinks about Erica Kirk. I don't want to say anything controversial. She did it, and then laughs. Why would? Don't say that to fucking Candace Owens. Don't. Jesus Christ. Okay, she probably didn't do it, but man, Erica Kirk is really not doing any favors for herself. What are the other 6 titles? Yeah, I was gonna talk about that, like, partially. Yeah, they want to bring, it's like for some sporting event, they want to bring ICE agents there. The mayor of Milan is just like, no, fuck off. What else are they negotiating on this quote-unquote partial government shutdown? Of course the ogre breaks with Democrats on the partial government shutdown, of course. Because he's an ogre. Even though they should just let it shut down, but whatever. Giovanni and Team Rocket, that's true. Team Rocket versus Team Flare. It's true. Theo Vaughn. What Trump is using ICE for now is a domestic military operation. You don't shoot someone in the head who was in their car. Trump is saying, I have the power. That's what Trumpism is about. It's intimidation. That's what Bernie Sanders said. Theo Vaughn. I agree. Trump has an authoritarian energy, yet you directly contributed to him getting into power. Good job, Theo. You believe in nothing. Same with Andrew fucking Schultz, but, you know. None of these people believe in anything. It doesn't matter. Okay, we got this. Partial government shutdown. What are the other deals that they're trying to make with going to negotiate? A government shutdown is still very likely. I think it's going to probably happen. Because they're not going to negotiate all that shit in time. Because they're still going to fucking debate about it and probably talk about it. Yap about a bunch of different funding provisions for, I think, DHS. Because we know what the Democrats' fucking demands are for DHS. Schumer lays out Dem demands for DHS bill. Warrants needed for arrests, which is the law. ICE coordinate with state and local governments, which is supposed to be the law, but they don't care. Independent investigations, code of conduct and accountability for ICE and CPP. Where prohibitions on masks, require body cams, require agents to carry ID. All of which well, not the body cam stuff, that's not mandated by law, but the other stuff is like, okay, whatever, stupid. Okay. Markiplier made a film? I didn't know Markiplier made a film. That's cool. I think that's pretty cool, actually. Alright, lovely. I've got what I need. I didn't get a lot of work done on Factorio, but that's okay. Oh boy, we can now make nutrients on this planet. How exciting. Alright. Boop. Boop. Alright. Let's get started with this shit. Oh, it's gonna be late. That's fine. Oh, before I forget to mention, obviously we've been referring to Erica Kirk celebrating her merchandising sort of sales attendance figures for her essentially WWE style memorial that she had for Charlie Kirk, where she, again, seemingly just doesn't care about the fact that her husband died, despite the fact that she immediately transitioned to becoming the CEO of TP USA. Also, for the simple fact that seemingly, like, she just doesn't give much of a shit at all for the fact that her husband died. You know, we all know about, like, the Erica Kirk memes of, like, how most people will grieve for their husband, but here's Erica Kirk instead, and it's like some, I don't know, like celebration or something. Again, more leaked audio here by Candace Owens of a call that Erica Kirk did, sort of like celebrating her attendance figures. Again, we talked already about like the sort of like strangeness of the call that she had with like all of her staff, seemingly just not really giving much of a shit at all about like Charlie Kirk, doing the whole like sort of like family cult like bullshit of talking about how like Charlie Kirk staring down from heaven would want TPUSA workers to keep working or something. It's just like them having to use like paid time off in order to grieve for Charlie Kirk. Very fucking weird. Like again, like Protestant work ethic, like cult like bullshit that's going on at TPUSA. Because again, I don't think I've said this before and I'll say it again. These people are all grifters. Once a tool is essentially discarded because of unforeseen circumstances or because they don't have prominence anymore, they will always be immediately fucking discarded.
Hi, everybody. I still love all these emoji Zoom things. Wow. I don't even know where to begin. The fact that we were able to pull off an event of a century, it's just insane. We had over 275,000 people that attended, and the stadium, overflow, Westgate, insane, you guys. And then you have, is it 100 million? You guys that heard the gospel and all about Charlie and all about everything that you guys do and the hard work in Turning Point USA is insane. We had thousands that were registered to vote. I think we're at like over 200,000 for merch sales.
She's celebrating 200,000 for fucking merch sales. I'm going to assume that's probably not dollars, but more than likely was commissions for merch. Genuinely fucking insane. Again, like I said before, for these people, it's all about the grift. Doesn't matter. A tool will be immediately fucking discarded if it is no longer useful to be able to generate fucking profits. Like this, yeah, perfect point there, Boy Meets Mini. You know, mixed Christianity. It's all about the profits. Like all these, like this evangelical sort of nonsense. It's all about grifting for these people. And here, like a really good analogy that I heard earlier was the marriage between Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk was essentially similar to that of like an old aristocratic wedding that used to happen back in medieval times, generally speaking. That was a really, really good analogy that I heard about before. Because again, there's no love or sort of, I don't know, like genuine interaction that you could say that those people really liked each other, that being Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk. These are two grifters that came together in order to be like, okay, we'll come together, be able to do our whole sort of like Christian grift. It's all about making profits for the both of us, and we will just do anything possible to just make those profits. Like, no genuine like desire to care about like ideology that needs to be pushed forward for effective political outcomes. We're talking about conservatives here. It's always going to be the case. It's all about the grift for people like Erica Kirk and Charlie Kirk.
Don't quote me on that because I think it just keeps like bumping up like crazy, but I just wanted to say a huge, huge, huge thank you to the events team, the development team, the graphic design team, the production team. Just phenomenal. Their incredible work leading into the memorial. And honestly, a lot of the staff that worked on the memorial, they had 20-hour days for a week during the time of us grieving the loss of my husband. And honestly,
20-hour fucking weeks when you want people to fucking grieve. Okay, like, because you can't have both, by the way. You can't spend time grieving for your fucking husband and also have 20-hour fucking work weeks. Like, you wanted people to take their paid time off in order to grieve for fucking Charlie Kirk. Like genuinely insane. Well, I mean, again, like, it's perfectly emblematic. Like, 20-hour fucking work weeks, they wanted to turn over something as quickly as possible in order to capture the energy, capture the moment, in order to be able to push forward with more propaganda, to try to catalyze that Reichstag fire moment that the conservatives were so desperate for, in order to be able to push for, well, more fucking crackdowns on their perceived political opponents, the left or whatever. Again, there's like, it's all about the grift for these people, not about actual like affecting good political outcomes when it comes to conservatives. It's all about the grift.
I know several staff that didn't even sleep. Again, you guys are breathing angels, and I'm so grateful for all of you. And obviously a huge thank you to the Mosaic team. VI, you guys are 10 out of 10. Like, we have the most incredible team. We just do. And you guys know that, and you guys are all part of that, and I'm so, so thankful. And if you do have a moment and you run into any of those staff members that you know had a role in this, and you know that they put a lot of their time and effort into it, just say thank you. There's something really special to be seen in moments like this, and it's not easy. I'm speaking from experience. I'm right in the trenches with you guys. And so the fact that you just,
I'm sure you are.
I don't care if any of you have beef with each other from the past or have any issues with someone said something about this or that. Like, if you guys have any of that, please put it to rest. My husband's dead. Like, I'm not trying to be morbid, but he's dead. And it puts life in perspective of how short life is and relationships, and God puts people in your life for a reason, and it teaches you a lesson, it teaches them a lesson. So if you are going through a time where just lay it to rest. And
Oh, you know, all the same, like, Protestant fucking bullshit. It's like, whatever happens, happens. You get put into heaven, yada, yada, yada. You must live a life absolved of sin. You have to go through all these fucking hardships constantly, yada, yada, yada. Fucking bullshit like this. Again, listen, there's no love like Christian hate, am I right, guys?
and we are moving forward, Turning Point USA 2.0 with Charlie in our hearts, and that's what he would want.
Yeah, I don't think that's what he would want. Actually, no. I think this is exactly what Charlie would have fucking wanted, right? Just a bunch of fucking grifters grifting off of his fucking name in order to be able to essentially just continue forward with the supposed political project that Charlie Kirk wants to push forward. But now he's a discarded fucking tool, right? He's dead. He's no longer useful to the conservative cause. There is no way to be able to make more profit or more money from an individual like Charlie Kirk. So essentially, he is no longer of any use value, to steal that Marxist sort of term. As expected from all of these like grifter fucking dipshits, none of these people actually care or believe in anything, and it's always going to devolve in inherent fucking infighting every single time with conservatives, because there's only one thing that these motherfuckers care about more than anything when it comes to their political project, and that is profit. And maintaining that fucking hierarchy needed to extract as much profit as possible from those at the bottom of said hierarchy. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. We'll splice that in somehow.
Let's talk about using ice for.
Some of your favorite boys here, Boy Meets Mini. Alright. Let's fucking do this. Yeah, are you Akash? Yeah, exactly. Or Aksha? I don't remember Akash. I'm just gonna say Akash. Let's do this. Is this like the fourth Fell for It Again award that I'm giving to this, like, I don't know, gaggle of Joe Roganite acolytes, these conservative comedians who are now expressing their fucking regrets about basically helping Donald Trump get into fucking power when he was obviously going to do these things with ICE and CBP in terms of attempted deportations and all this stuff, and that this was basically the thing that the left was warning about and saying, like, dude, it's inevitable that this shit's gonna fucking happen and people are going to suffer the consequences of, like, the rampant authoritarianism that you guys are fucking advocating for. But all lefties are, like, too woke and too liberal and too cucked or something, so